respected judicial officers, police officials, learned public prosecutors, valued representatives from NIC, forensic, prisons, court staff, and our honored resource persons. On behalf of the Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, it is my privilege to extend a warm and respectful welcome to all of you to the joint training program on e-Sakshya, e-Summons, e-Prisons, MedLEAPR, and ICJS under the E-Courts Committee, Supreme Court of India, in pursuance to the direction of the Ministry of Home Affairs, India. This program is a testimony to our collective commitment towards digital integration and interoperability within the criminal justice system. By bringing together all stakeholders, judiciary, police, prosecution, forensic, prisons, and court staff, we reaffirm our shared vision of building a justice delivery framework that is efficient, transparent, and accessible. We acknowledge the unwavering support provided by Honorable Mrs. Justice Revati Mohite-Dere, Chief Justice, High Court of Meghalaya, and Patron-in-Chief, Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, and Honorable Mr. Justice H.S. Thankyu, Judge, High Court of Meghalaya, and Judge in Charge, Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, in every program conducted by the Academy. Our heartfelt appreciation is also extended to the officers of the Honorable High Court of Meghalaya, whose unwavering support strengthens each initiative we undertake. We acknowledge with deep respect the contributions of the Central Project Coordinator and the E-Courts Committee, High Court of Meghalaya, as well as the technical team of the High Court, whose expertise and dedication ensures that innovation is seamlessly integrated into our judicial processes. A warm welcome is extended to Shri V.S. Rathore, DIG, Eastern Range, Meghalaya. Also to Shri V.T. Santosh, State Informatics Officer, NIC Shillong, and to Srimati Sri Shadab, Senior Technical Director, NIC Shillong, for the gracious presence, invaluable technical guidance, and for deputing distinguished resource person, Shri Inoj A. Sangma, Technical Director, Shri Debujiti Kar, Scientist D, Srimati Kenyer Olga Nongrum, Scientist D, and Shri Dominic Thama, Scientist C of NIC Shillong. Your insights and expertise will greatly enhance our collective understanding of all the topics which are to be covered in today's program. This program, being new to the state of Meghalaya, serves as a reminder that eventually implementation is essential for building an effective and transparent criminal justice system. Most among us are still unfamiliar with how these applications are to be practically adopted, as the subject remains fresh to all. Therefore, the program today is our first step towards understanding the subject matter and its implementation, laying the foundation for future integration and capacity building. As we commence this joint endeavor, let us remember that technology is most meaningful when it strengthens human values. May this program inspire us to integrate innovation with compassion, ensuring that justice remains timely, survivor-centric, and human. On behalf of the Academy, I once again welcome each of you and wish this program a great success. With these words, I will now request Srimati KML Lingdo Nongbri, Ma'am Director, Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, to kindly come forward for felicitation of the distinguished guests and resource persons. I request Ma'am to kindly felicitate Shri V.S. Rathore, IPS, DIG, Eastern Range, Meghalaya. I now request Ma'am to kindly felicitate Shri V.T. Santosh, State Informatic Officer, NIC Shillong. I request ma'am to kindly felicitate Srimati Candida Shadab, Senior Technical Director, NIC Shillong. To kindly felicitate Shri Enoj A. Sangma, Technical Director, NIC Shillong. Shri Debajyoti Kar, Scientist D, NIC Shillong. Srimati Kenyar Olga Nongrum, Scientist D, NIC Shillong. And to Shri Dominic Thma, Scientist C, NIC Shillong. With these words, we shall now begin our first session, which is on implementation on ICJS, which shall be taken up by Shri V.S. Rathore, IPS, DIG, ER, Meghalaya. Sir, I request you to come over and take over the session.
Respected Director MSGA, all respected members of the judiciary, police, forensics, prisons, NIC and other participants here, a very good morning to all of you. ICJS is basically all the pillars of criminal justice system come together. As you can see on the screen, this is the home page of ICJS. Court, prison, and then forensics, everything comes together. We'll just, rather than giving a lecture on the technical side of it, we'll go into practical demonstration so that we understand better. So basically, ICJS is a portal for police officers where they have access to all the data which is being uploaded on various systems like CCTNS, CIS, e-prosecution, e-prisons, then e-forensics, everything, whatever is getting uploaded, it comes here. It's a single window system, basically for use by police officers. So we'll just run a demo. There are multiple services here, as you can see in the bottom, like crime and criminal search, from where we can enter our FIR numbers and other variables and get the search, vehicle search. Then a lot of monitoring tools are also there. Just click on read more. ITSSO and NDSO and lot of MIS, those are connected here. So we'll just give you a brief demo of how it works. So can we go to crime and criminal search? Yeah. Right now it's DIG's login. So like we have a search window here. We can select the Thana and the FIR number and the year, and this will show us results almost in a magical way. Just run a case, Daryl. Like all the Thanas all over India, it's connected here. All the FIRs, whichever is being pushed into CCTNS, it is available for search. And when we search any FIR, the details come like this. FIR number, Thana, when it was registered, what is the status, and the FIR number as per CCTNS system, who is the Ayok, who is the complainant, who are the accused, what are the sections invoked in the case, everything comes here. And then we can further modify the search. Maybe we can open the details like this, FIR details. These are the basic FIR details which is uploaded by our police stations. Then you have accused details. This also comes from CCTNS. Then case timeline. It basically shows overall view of the case history. When was the FIR registered? When was the arrest made and prisoner was sent to the jail? When he was released? When charge sheet was filed? Everything comes here at one place. So whatever is being uploaded by CIS, it connects here. Whatever is being uploaded by prison authorities, it connects here. So as a police officer, we can have an overall view of what is happening in the case and we can monitor. Just run to court case disposed, court case disposed. When was the charge sheet filed and when was the case actually taken up by the court. Then we have something called linked documents. This is very important. The first column which you are seeing is FIR number, which is basically uploaded by my police station. So this is basically case number 1 of 2025 of certain Thana, in which 4 persons were arrested. So the good thing is the prisons, wherever they were lodged, they also entered this data into e-prisons. So Rupa Begum, Akhtar Sheikh, Raju Ali and Taijul Islam, all of them were sent to judicial custody at some point of time, and the prison authorities took pain to upload those data into e-prisons along with correct linking with the FIR, and that is why we can see from here. If we click on any prisoner's name, we can get his details, his or her details. Like the photographs and all the details. So this becomes very useful for police officers especially. And if the data is entered properly by prison authorities, if a person is arrested in multiple cases, so everything gets connected at one place and we can know the entire criminal history of that person at one place. So luckily here the data quality is very good, so everything is available. We can go back, Daryl. This is just a demo. Then we have this CNR number. I think everyone knows this is the CNR number generated by CIS for each case. So luckily here also CNR is linked to the FIR properly. So all the court orders are also available for us at same place. We can read, we can see whenever the hearings were done, bail hearing or any other kind of hearing, and all the court orders which were issued. The orders are not here. So this is one problem we face. Sometimes CIS, all the orders are not uploaded. So if everything is uploaded in CIS, it becomes very easy for us to access all the orders at one place rather than looking for hard copies. So here, go back, link docs. Anything from forensics or? Yeah. Sorry, the system is a bit slow. Like this, if we can run other cases also, the forensics also gets linked here. Yeah. Go to some other case. Khana pada 25, 24. 25 of 2024. So like this is a case of Ribhoi district in which a lot of things were properly uploaded by CIS also, by FSL also. So even FSL reports are available here online, and this will be available on CIS also if the linking is done properly. So this is roughly basically for use by police officers. So we'll go to e-Sakshya now, because there are multiple applications which have been developed based on the CCTNS data and other data. So this is like e-Sakshya district-wise count. So here we can see how many districts are uploading, how many SIDs they have recorded, and how many have been linked to the FIR. So we'll just take one example to show you how it works. We don't have access to CIS, but I'm very sure the CIS will also have something like this. So if we go to, say, Ribhoi, e-Sakshya is basically an application for collection of evidence. Everyone knows now. So if we go to any one e-Sakshya, these are the cases in which the evidence was captured by the IO using e-Sakshya application and then linked to the FIR. So if you see the column, office name is Thana basically, officer name is the IO, SID is the evidence ID generated by e-Sakshya application. By default, is system generated. FIR number is the FIR number of CCTNS. We can convert into the actual FIR number. Then current status, when was it linked, when was the SID recorded, and when it was uploaded, everything comes here. So we'll just demonstrate to you one SID which has been, just run it. Please don't take photographs of, this is actually actual evidence, so please don't record it. These are the videos and photos which IO has actually collected, maybe during her visit to the scene of crime or during some other search operation somewhere else. So we can view the image. Just click it. This is the image of the PO. So basically in e-Sakshya we can capture two things. One is video recording of the scene of crime or any other place which is being searched. And we have to take photographs of the scene of crime and other places wherever we are recording, along with photographs of the witnesses who were present there, and the selfie of the IO who is actually recording the evidence. So these are the four mandatory things which are to be captured in e-Sakshya. So this is just one of those photographs. We can run a video. This is the video recording of one scene of crime. So where the someone is pointing to something, we will not play the audio. But this is how we record. We can close. So the state government has also enacted the e-Sakshya management rules. So, yeah. Yeah. Hash value is actually here not being generated by the police officer. It is the application which is generating the hash value. And that comes printed on the certificate, which is again generated automatically by the application. So actually, it does not have much relevance now because it is all automatic, going to the cloud. There is no human interference anywhere. But still, to be on safe side, because cloud must be somewhere uploaded, somewhere where humans might be working. So it's better if hash value is generated and that doesn't change later. Because courts have the power to actually get that hash value verified through FSLs. You can send the evidence to the FSL to actually confirm whether hash value is okay or not, like we do in pen drive and other digital evidences. So now it's not that relevant. But yes, because the evidence, new BSA talks about this, and the MHA SOP, that also talks about it, and the state government rules also tells us, compels us to generate hash value through e-Sakshya, so it is being done. But since there is no manual interference here, so it's not that important now. Because we are not generating it, system is generating by default. Yes, ma'am.
Public?
No, ma'am. Even IO cannot see these videos unless he logs into the e-Sakshya application. It is not available as a normal storage on phone. So it's not that I can record a video and upload in e-Sakshya. No, I'll have to log into e-Sakshya, then record then and there. And then unless I'm logged in through that mobile number, the access will not be there.
So you mean to say only through the registered mobile of the IO?
Yes, ma'am, each and every IO.
Then what about the code? Once
Also will get OTP first, no?
Yes, ma'am. This e-Sakshya application has been linked with CIS. There is some issue with, I think, the interconnection part. We have received feedback that CIS, it is not available for viewing at some places yet. So that is actually technical side of it. But so far as conceptually it is concerned, whatever we can see here should be available on CIS also.
okay, another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Suppose the case is charge sheeted and comes to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
Now how do we give these copies to the defense?
That again will be a technical solution, ma'am, because these videos which we record through e-Sakshya, we cannot download into a pen drive or anything.
And defense counsel keep on changing.
Yes, ma'am.
So you see in a POXO court, it's a bit of a, we have to protect
Yes, ma'am.
so many things in a POXO
Yes, ma'am.
court. So that I'm concerned about.
Yes, ma'am. That's a genuine concern. It also has to be technically resolved because actually as IO, we also don't have these files because we cannot keep more than 5 evidences at the same time in e-Sakshya. So the moment we upload, link it to FIR, we have to delete. So once it is uploaded and linked, we also don't have those evidences in our possession.
Like you're saying about the FSL report. FSL
Yes, ma'am.
report in POXO means DNA. We cannot give the names of the victim. But
Yes, ma'am.
there, suppose anybody access it and it's easily can be seen by anybody. But POXO code is supposed to protect the identity of the victim.
No, ma'am, with e-Sakshya, that won't be an issue because this is totally encrypted and all enough security safety mechanisms are there. No one can view it. Even IO cannot view once he deletes. He can only log in to the website and then view it. Otherwise, it is not available in his phone anymore once he deletes it. So that way, it's quite secure. Yes, ma'am. That's a practical problem, ma'am. We'll have to, I think NIC officers are there. So they'll have to come up with a viable solution, how to give the access to defense and, of course, accused persons. So this is just a demo of how e-Sakshya is working. So we have already started, but a common problem which has been faced by police officers are some of the magistrates, they insist on bringing the video in a pen drive on CD so that they can see it. Otherwise, the certificate which is generated by e-Sakshya, we download and submit it to the concerned court for scene and note and for official recording. So some courts are insisting that show us the video because they are unable to access the videos on CIS. So I think NIC officers are here. They will have to look into this urgently. Because there is no way an IO can download this video in a pen drive and produce in the court. So that is practically impossible for the IO. And IO doesn't have a choice. Even if the magistrate is insisting, IO does not have a choice. So that has to be looked into. Because Rule 7 of Meghalaya e-Sakshya management rules, it says that once the evidence is uploaded and linked to the FIR, it will be kind of presumed that it has been forwarded to the magistrate concerned, as required under law. So IO is not under any obligation anymore to bring the evidence in a pen drive or CD or anything. It is kind of presumed to have been forwarded to the magistrate the moment it is uploaded and linked to the FIR. So if there is any issue, integration of e-Sakshya with CIS, I'll request the NIC officials to kindly have a look at it and resolve it as quickly as possible because we are going for 100% evidence collection through e-Sakshya only. Because it saves my IOs from a lot of hassles like buying a pen drive and then transferring data because technical expertise is needed so that the evidence does not get tampered and the hash values do not change. So it's a very cumbersome thing. So it's much more convenient for me to record everything on e-Sakshya as a police officer. And that's why if there is an issue of integration between e-Sakshya and CIS, that needs to be resolved immediately. Yes, ma'am.
Between e-Sakshya and CIS. So for accessing So as on today, there's no integration between CIS and e-Sakshya. For the judicial magistrate, for the district judge, for the judges of the of the judiciary, sir, to access the e-Sakshya portal. I mean, the videos and the evidence in the e-Sakshya portal, they have to go through the e-Sakshya portal, sir. For that, credentials have to be given to all the judicial officers. Also, sir, recently, like we've tried, so with FIR, to search by FIR number, that does not display unless an FIR is linked to the SID is linked to an FIR, sir. So as on date, so there's no integration between e-Sakshya and CIS. So it's a separate portal, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Point noted. I think NIC has to look into this. If it can be integrated with the existing CIS, it will be much better. Otherwise, you'll have to provide credentials for login. Because this is the same portal, I think once access is given, this issue gets resolved. So all these are live evidences. Like we have not brought it especially for this session. This is running live website. So if credentials are given to all the court officers, then it will be better. Maybe you can reach a solution. So this is what. So looking forward, we are looking, as Meghalaya Police, we are looking at 100% collection of evidence through e-Sakshya only. So we need to resolve all these issues, if any, as quickly as possible. So we still have 5-7 minutes. So we'll go to e-Summons for a bit, because all these are part of ICJS. E-Summons has been declared live, and a lot of districts, they have performed, they have been serving these summons through this portal. It makes it very convenient for us as police officers to serve the summons, but there are practical difficulties because we need to have mobile number and email ID of the person summoned. If that is not available, then we are not left with any choice but to actually take a printout and go to the person to serve it. So it's a request to all the police officers, when you upload data of witnesses, accused, anyone who might be summoned in that case, collect the mobile numbers and email IDs and upload in the CCTNS. So because those things, those fields get printed in the summons directly. So it makes it very convenient for us to actually serve the summons sitting in the police station itself, rather than going to remote villages. And obviously, non-service of summons remains one of the biggest reasons for delay in trials. That goes without saying. So there must be quite a number of concerns related to e-summons. So we also have certain things, but we are taking it up. So if there is any issue, there is a session on e-summons, so it can be raised. And if there is anything related to like practical implication law or something, then I can take questions also, no problem. Basically, e-summons, the CIS is pushing summons into this portal, which is accessed by police officers. It comes to the SP's account, and from there, OC has to allocate those summons to one of the police personnel who is in Thana, who might be a constable or any other rank. And then after service, the compliance report has to be uploaded back to the system. And when the compliance report reaches the courts have to acknowledge that, yes, we have received. And then the whole cycle gets complete. So we'll just show an example of there are 54 summons, which this is basically, I think, Ribhoi court. They have acknowledged. So just click. So this is important because unless court acknowledges, we don't know whether the court has actually received our report or not. We have sent from our end, but once the acknowledgement comes, then we are like, yes, the whole process becomes complete. So here you have another, again, summons ID is there, process ID, when it was published, and then when is the next date fixed for hearing, which court has issued, which district, which Thana, and court name, and what kind of summon it is, then FIR number, all the details, and compliance. Compliance by, here it is showing, Women Police Constable Sonai Ingti. So she is the one who actually served this summon. And then compliance date, it was 16th Feb. Court acknowledged on the same date. That is quite fast. And you can actually view the compliance report also. Just click on view compliance. So whatever we were sending to courts in hard copy, now a lot of it we can send through this portal. So this is the summons which was actually issued by the court, Special Judge Pokso Court of Ribhoi. And then this is the execution detail, like to whom it was served, when it was served, by whom, and there is a report there in there. So it's basically the whole offline thing getting done digitally. So looking forward, I think e-summons has been quite a help, especially for us, because we always complained about shortage of manpower, and therefore, actually, service of one summons sometimes takes one whole day. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please.
Summons as fully served.
Ma'am.
So in that way, we have to again reissue summons. So it is very difficult also in remote areas. People may not have connectivity,
Yes,
may not have smartphones, may not have email. And the literacy rate, in the rural areas, they are not acquainted with all these.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with what you said, ma'am. 100%. It cannot be a 100% solution because of actual ground realities.
Yes.
But yes, ma'am, if with e-summons, one big advantage which we have as police officers are we don't need to carry the original hand-signed summons, which was a necessity earlier in the law. If you go to serve a summons, he will say, show me the summons, give me a copy of original summons, like signed actually by the magistrate. With digital, we can print out as many number of copies as we want. So that becomes one advantage. And we will take a call whether we can serve it if we have mobile number or if the person is known. Sometimes the persons are known, mobile numbers are available, at least mobile numbers are generally available. And another one big change in BNSS has been made that earlier we could not serve the summons upon adult female family members. Now that male word has been removed. So actually the summons can now be served upon the mother also, the wife also. That has become a good help for us, ma'am.
Sometimes.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
it is not every time.
Yes,
Because sometimes the accused or the witness may not stay together with the mother or the relatives.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So that is there. So I'm.
Practical difficulties
Yes,
will always be
will
there,
always
ma'am.
be there.
And we will find ways and means to somehow get it served and assist the court
Yes.
to the
Thank
best
you.
of our capabilities. So that ground reality will remain there, ma'am. But still, we look for what is the best option available and how fast we can serve these summons. Obviously, because so many officers keep pointing out this district summons is not getting served, warrant is not getting executed. So at least we'll try our best to serve you as much as possible, as quickly as possible, so that trials move.
If I may say something.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sorry, it's not really related to this, but the traditional method of serving the summons, because I feel that sometimes the courts, the constables may feel that the courts harass them by asking them to appear to prove summons. So while they are sending the summons, the copy of the service report, all they have to do is file it on affidavit, actually. So wherever they're posted, because say it may be sent to Shillong, if I'm in Bakmara. So we need to have it proved, especially for accused, so as to issue the warrant, cancel the bail or something or the other. So these poor people have to go all the way from Shillong to Bakmara, just to give a small statement. But to save that, they could just file it on affidavit. So that would save the purpose.
I think the audience police officers are listening to this. Obviously, Nyaya Shruti is coming, so we'll have a much better system in place once Nyaya Shruti comes fully functional. And obviously, as police officers, I would like Nyaya Shruti not to only be in courts. It should be sent down to maybe village level or police station level at least, so that the person can appear in the nearest police station and depose in the court. Something like that, some practical solution. Because right now, it's not functional actually. Yes, sir. Sir.
My suggestion. Now the statements of the witnesses are recorded in e-Sakshya.
Sir.
So that's just I'm suggesting. Why not have the pictures of the witnesses?
Sir.
And when we issue the summons, because that is also a very important issue.
Yes, sir.
Identity of the witness.
Yes, sir.
Somebody else may come and depose on behalf of the
Yes, sir.
witness. So when we are issuing the summon,
Sir.
why don't we have the picture?
Sir.
And we can have the picture, and now it's very easy. e-Sakshya, we are recording the pictures.
Sir.
So when we are issuing the summon, that's what for the NIC also. That
Yes,
suggestion
sir.
can come from the police.
Yes, sir.
That the pictures of the witnesses are there.
Sir.
So when we generate the e-summon, the picture also is there.
Yes, sir.
That will become very helpful for us.
Sir. Sir, capturing the photograph is mandatory in e-Sakshya.
And while issuing the summon,
So that NIC can take a note because the photo is available in database. So how to bring it on summons, get it printed. So that is technical part, sir.
yes.
So I'll request NIC officers to consider it. It's a good suggestion, sir. In fact, keeping a photo on summons, it makes our job much easier because the officers keep getting transferred here and there. So yes. Any other query? So these were the two applications which we just wanted to run through quickly. Detailed presentations will be given by NIC officials. So ICJS, apart from this, has a lot of other things. A lot of MIS has been developed. One of the most important is ITSSO. So that actually gives us our performance in crime against women and children, some sections. 64 onwards and then POXO 4-6. So this is ICJS. Basically, if there is any query, most welcome. Otherwise, we'll close the session. Go to home. If police officers have any question related to e-Sakshya or e-Summons, kindly ask. I know you have a lot of questions. Okay. So that's all from my side then. Any questions if you want to ask, kindly ask. I'll remain available for next session also. So, yes. Please, the gentleman.
So, regarding ICJS in District Court Nong Stoin, so we have a problem while consuming FIR in the CAS. We recently received 66 FIRs from Mairang PS and 2 FIRs from Nong Stoin PS. And we are not receiving any data from Shalang PS and Mausenut PS. Sir. So we also informed the CCTNS regarding this issue, but they inform us that all the FIRs are all updated from their end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, point noted. We'll take it up with the SCRB team. We'll see what is the issue. It should not happen because Mairang PS, if it's coming, Shalang and Mausenut should also come. We'll find out what is the issue. It's a technical issue. We'll have to actually ensure whether they have actually uploaded data in CCTNS or not. Once they upload, then only it will come to you. So we'll have a look. Any other query? Please. Yes, ma'am.
How much time does it take for the data from CCTNS to replicate in CIS? Because sometimes we receive FIRs and then we want to verify it in our CIS ICJS module, but we find that the FIR is not available.
Okay. I think NIC officials can reply to that. Because we sync on daily basis. Every evening we sync whatever we uploaded throughout the day, we push it to the national database.
Because it
From
becomes
there,
easier.
how much time it will take to go to CIS? It should not take much time, I don't think, but... Sorry? Instant. They are saying instant.
Because we receive FIRs, say for example, last week we received FIR, so we wanted to consume it. It becomes easier when we see in the FIR that our
Yes,
staff consume it, but it's not happening real time.
It should happen ideally, yes. That is the expectation. I think ma'am or sir, anyone can brief.
No, as SID number, no photo of the IO, nothing. So I think you have to see into this in Ampati.
I could not hear, ma'am, what.
No,
what
in Ampati also, they file chat sheet. The certificate also not computer generated, only by hand. No SID number, no photo of the IO, nothing. So I think you have to look into this. This is in Garo Hills, it happened.
That means, ma'am, the evidence was not captured using e-Sakshya. Because IO doesn't have a choice. If he captures through
So
e-Sakshya,
if like this, then the defense will get
Yes,
benefit, no? Then the case is flop only. What have? Yes, definitely. Because under BNS, we have to think we have to give justice also, not to the victim and all. In this case, they will not get justice just because of the lacuna in the investigation.
anyone from Ampati? Southwest Garo Hills DF. Is someone there? We'll convey this to SP of Ampati, ma'am. Thank you for pointing out.
Yeah, if we may add to that, so that you understand how important it is for it to be instant, is like what Madam Ronald was saying, and Sir has said on the last time when we were having this online. See, what happens is the moment an FIR is lodged, an arrest is made, so people will come for bail. And to decide the bail, we have to see whether there's a prima facie case or not. Now, if the investigating officer is recording everything in e-Sakshya, now he or she doesn't have the physical evidence with them anymore. So at the time when we are going to decide bail, now bail is very important because it's right to life and liberty. It's protected by the Constitution. We have to give the decision within 7 days. So without the evidence, we will not be able to decide. That is one. Second thing is that when the charge sheet comes, like what, again, Madam has said and the other Madam has said about POXO cases and so on and so forth. So when these evidence are not available with the court, we cannot give copies to the accused, which is again mandatory because that is the right of the accused to defend himself or herself adequately. So if there is any delay on this part, because from the police side, they are using e-Sakshya already and they are uploading everything. So now they say that, sorry sir, to the court, we have already uploaded. We don't have the evidence in hand to give it to you. So then what do? We can't delay it, even by a single day.
Yes.
So you will understand, the importance of this working seamlessly so that the moment they perform their duties, the court can also perform its duty, and then we can proceed with it. Now, another question I wanted to ask, because you mentioned something about only five materials can be uploaded? Beyond that, what happens?
No, sir. 5 at a time.
Okay, at a time.
At a time. 5 packets at a time can remain in the application. Once they upload it, they can remove it.
Okay, but it's there in the...
They're in the cloud.
Okay, then that's
It's just a measure to,
Okay,
otherwise whole memory will get full and...
Yes. Okay, another thing I wanted to ask, because generally, most of the charge sheets now, I think, has improved by meets and bounds from before. Now, when they're filing the charge sheet, they would have to summarize all the evidence which they have collected. Yes. Like, for example, even if it is a video recording, they would have to explain why it is incriminating or why it is not incriminating, or even photographs. Now, as you said, if they have already gone up to the cloud, can they re-access it by logging in?
Yes, they can. I just showed you.
Right. So they can still do it.
It's not there in the phone, but it's there in the portal, the e-Sakshya portal.
Okay, that explains.
We can view as many times as we want. And it remains at one place only. It's because it's my access state level, so everything is available at one place. Otherwise, if IO logs in, he will be able to see only his own evidences.
Okay, thank you.
Very relevant points. In fact, everything becomes useless if courts are unable to access it. So all this we are doing, it is for the assistance of the court only. If the evidence doesn't reach court, there is no point doing all this. So I think that is a very important, and ideally that is the... Yes, ma'am.
So we had tried to access one of the videos. It was already a 2-month-old case. So the SID, the certificate had already been generated from the system. But when we tried to log into the system, even after 2 months, that video we could not see from the e-Sakshya app. that issue we had raised in last meeting. So
Yes, ma'am.
perhaps you can look into
Yes,
that.
ma'am. We'll also take it up, ma'am. Noted. Sir. Sir. Sir.
Is that how are the police dealing with the remand?
Remand, sir.
Yes.
Sir.
Because remand cannot be granted mechanically.
Yes,
there
sir.
has to be some evidence.
Yes,
And the evidence has been collected through e-Sakshya.
Yes, sir.
And what the practice is this, is that only the certificate of e-Sakshya is produced before the court for senior not.
Sir.
That is not enough for
Sir.
granting remand.
Yes, sir.
So as of now, when there is no integration of the
Yes, sir.
CIS with e-Sakshya, arrest is being made. Police is now collecting evidence through e-Sakshya.
Sir.
But we have to tell that, we have to be very clear that if there is no
Yes, sir.
evidence, we are not going to remand.
Yes, sir.
Until unless we don't see any evidence, incriminating materials
Yes,
which has been collected, maybe at the first stage, maybe the matter is at the stage of investigation, we may give first remand.
Sir.
But second remand, I'm sorry. I
Yes,
don't
sir.
think so any of the judicial officers are going to remand without any evidence. And the
Yes, sir.
evidence is in the electronic form, which is not there before the
Sir,
court.
sir.
So that, I think we have to thrash it out now. Either till the integration takes place, they have to come with some hard copy before the court for remand. So the IOs also, they look lost. They say, sir, we have collected
Yes,
through e-Sakshya, and now we don't have access to it. Court does not have access to it, and we can't remand without any
Sir.
evidence. So that, I think we need to thrash out now with the CIS here, with the NIC here, that for the moment, arrest will be there.
Yes, sir.
We need to remand, but then there has to be some material before the court
Yes, sir.
for remand. So how do we deal with it then?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Till this integration happens fully, sir, I think we'll come up with something practical, sir. Because IOs can access their evidence in their own laptops using their own login credentials. Somehow, if that access can be given to the concerned court during hearing or something, sir, we'll work out something, sir, which is acceptable to courts also and practical also. Till this integration happens, I think. Yes, ma'am.
At the time of charge sheet, the IO has to supply the copies of all the documents and videos, etc., which is relied upon by him.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're saying that the IO does not have the copy of the video any longer with him, how is he supposed to provide it to the accused person
Exactly.
and the prosecutor who's prosecuting the case?
Exactly, ma'am. That's a genuine thing. There has to be a technical solution of it. Some access to defense counsel also, so that they can access also those cases. Something has to be worked out, ma'am. Right now, it's not there. Yes, accepted.
Excuse me.
Sir.
Excuse me. Sir. Yes. Sir, with regard to the FIR, I want to ask, sir, that normally FIR should be the first thing that should be uploaded. Because there are cases when people are arrested and people from outside the states, they don't know and what is the exact thing, even the counsel don't know. Just to know the FIR contents of why the case has been filed, they have to travel a long way. And at the same time, I have find that what has been introduced, like even the sir has said, that it is difficult for the court to assess. So once the court is finding it difficult to assess, then what about the defense? The defense will have no ground at the initial stage of bail. Earlier only there were instances that when the defense can prepare, but now with this thing coming up to date, my suggestion as a counsel is that both should work vice versa. Those who are not up to the mark with the technology, then they will suffer. And at the same time, I want to ask, what the video which are being uploaded, who will give the authenticity of the video with which it has been recorded? That is a question that I want to ask. The video is uploaded, but authenticity of the video being made. That is also a question. So kindly, if you can answer
Okay, sir.
that.
3 questions. FIR must be uploaded. So FIR, each and every FIR, it is getting uploaded in CCTNS within 24 to 48 hours. That's a direction from Honorable Supreme Court also that is being followed. Each and every FIR, it's getting uploaded now. So you can access through CCTNS. The portal is there for public access. You will not get the FIR copy, but you will get the content of the FIR. Number 2, technical limitations. That applies equally to police officers also. If they are not technically sound, they'll also find it difficult to collect evidence. And the copy of, I think we have discussed how defense gets access to all the evidence which is collected. So NIC officers have taken note of it, and we'll see how it can be resolved.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
My query is in respect of e-summons. So, sir, as you have said, that in e-summon we have to generate from the CIS. So after we generate from the CIS, it went to the concerned police station or the concerned superintendent of police. So, when as you have said that some person doesn't have the contact number of email address of that concerned person. So when we send, then you have to send by the hard copy. So when that someone comes return back, serve or unserved, whatever the report is in, but when we cannot do in the CIS, we cannot show in the CIS whether it has been served or unserved. And in the CIS, it still keep on pending till now, since we have done this e-summons.
That's why it's very important to upload the compliance report in the e-summons portal. You have served physically, but actually if you have not uploaded the service report in the portal, it will show pending. If it reaches to the court well in time, acha hai, ho gaya. But if it doesn't reach the court, the physical copy, and you have not uploaded in e-summons also, then court will naturally think that the summons was not served. So it's very important for police officers, when you serve the summons using e-summons or hard copy, whatever, upload the compliance report in the portal.
So if it is not uploaded, then it will still keep on pending in the CIS.
Yes, it will remain pending. Even if you are sending the hard copy to the court, take a photo and upload in the e-summons so that it gets, the status gets updated that it has been served or unserved, whatever. Yeah, that's
Thank you, sir.
Important point. Any other query? I think the time is over. I'll be here, so we'll take queries even if after these sessions. Thank you so much, Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, to give me this chance. Thank you so much. I hope I was of some help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening session. We have seen that there are many queries and questions and suggestions, and we have seen that NIC is the most involved department here. So we are fortunate enough to have the State Informatic Officer here amidst us, who would like to speak for 10 minutes or 10 or 15 minutes on the subject matter.
Thank you. Good morning, all. It has been nice to have this meeting arranged by Honorable High Court as early as possible, though we were trying to get our subject experts on this, the ICJS. But unfortunately, today at Karnataka High Court, all our team are busy, and they cannot spare a manpower for Meghalaya. So again, we are trying for another set of session during 12th and 13th. If it is possible, we'll have the national level experts who are subject expert and working in line with the laws and the rules laid down by the MHA, court, police, etc. And very good morning to all of you. I'm not feeling well. That's why I may be, is giving the proper directions and all. But I want to just put down a few points out here. Many of you know that the CIS, the Court Information System, is running in all the courts for more than 3 decades. At the same time, the CCTNS is running in the police station. CCTNS, first it was CIPA, Central Integrated Police Application, then it was turned to CCTNS. Now it's running in almost all police stations with the support of DCRB, SCRB, and NCRB. These two are the basic backbone of this interoperable criminal justice system. We use the word interoperable deliberately because each and every data belongs to the certain department only. So if it is crime criminal data, it belongs to police. If it is court related, it belongs to the court only, CIS. And so, but this application has to communicate with each other for giving a seamless judicial system. As per the Bharat Nyaya Samhita, we have, the government have developed and put forward so many options to integrate all the available solutions together and give a fast and reliable solution to the accused or the appellants or those who are related with the court cases. Accordingly, this statement, 30 states have issued notifications to e-Sakshya, 31 states using e-summons, and 33 states are on the community services. And 145 timelines for various stages of investigation, prosecution, and trial, which are crucial for ensuring timely justice for the victim. These are the primary concern for the government to give the justice delivered. Now, you know, all the court, they're having the CIS running independently. It's getting updated on a daily basis. The district court data also is traveling to the National Judicial Directorate on every day. Most of the courts, where there is connectivity problem is not there, it is almost on time. It is updated into the National Judicial Directorate. That means from anywhere and at any place we can access, even the public can access the court status. Even the judgment or the stats of the court, the adjournment, or all those things. Similarly, criminal database, that is CCTNS. As and when a crime is occurred and FIR is registered, naturally it will be registered in the police station in the electronic form, and this is available to CIS as well as the other pillars of the ICJS, that is integrated interoperable criminal justice system. The pillars are CCTNS number 1, then the court information system is the number 2, third one is the e-prison, fourth one is forensic laboratory, and fifth one is the e-prosecution. These are all integrated. So as and when the FIR is done, there's a court case also coming, it is related and the court can pull the FIR details online. Now, with the to support the FIR details, sir has already talked about the e-Sakshya. The investigating officer can go to the site and he can record photos or videos of any length, and he can upload it to the site along with the FIR number. Now, what is happening is the investigating officer can upload it anytime. He can change it also. But there's a condition that he has to freeze that data at a point of time. That is the final one. So when he freezes that data, as sir was telling, TAG sir was telling, a hash value will be generated. After that, if anybody tampers that data, you know, it is a digital data only. A computer expert can very well tamper the data. But if anything happens to that data, either through the software or through other side, backside also, the hash value will be changed and it will be visible to all the who are watching that information. That means if the hash value is not changed, hash value will be stored and it will be available to all the top level officials. And if that is changed, they can understand that there's a tampering happened. So it is very important for the investigating officer to complete the uploading of the data and freeze it. Now, that is the data available to the judicial officials. So if it is connected with the FIR number, so you got the CIS number, in the CIS number you are having an FIR number associated with that, then you can get it downloaded from the locker. That is you will call it as a locker for the data locker of the e-Sakshya portal. Sir, tell me.
But if I understand what you say is, when we are viewing the video or the photograph, whatever evidence is there, real time, so the hash value will be available?
Yes, sir.
Right there on the site. So if in case there is any tampering in the server somewhere, then it will reflect.
It will show, sir. It will show.
Okay.
It will show.
That serves the purpose.
Sir, this actually, it is automatically connected. You need not have a separate credential. There was a question earlier. We need a credential to get into the e-Sakshya locker to get the data downloaded. No, it is not required.
We can download it.
Sir, we can view, and downloading I have to verify because I am not the subject expert. Okay. We will be getting you the full details in due course of time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hash value is also one of the important security feature. That is a SHA-256. It's one of the what you call severe security is attached with this e-Sakshya portal. And that is e-Sakshya and CIS integration. The credentials is not required if you have access to the CIS. You will be getting the information. Then, sir, regarding there was another thing, a photo of witness along with the summons from the e-Sakshya. I think this will be violating that what do you call privacy of the thing. That is why they may not have included that in. But we will check up with our team. We will update your queries to the national team and let them reply to it. Because there is a reason why that photo of that witness or something is not there with the summons. And summons, of course, it can be going to the what you call accused or something if they are having the email ID or the telephone number. So if you are actually magistrate, you can see that when you go for that other adalat, and people will be coming and giving you some number, mobile number, maybe of my number. Okay, so if you send another mail, it is very difficult. But we will have a time, say at the later point of time, we will have a time that everybody will be accessed through their mobile number and what you call email ID or something. So that is the better thinking of sending the e-summons through the email ID and all. And of course, the police is there to what you call support us. Then issuing the copy of evidence to the accused. So again, that I'm not sure about the legality behind that. That also will come back to this one. And this is the foolproof mechanism we have already implemented. e-Sakshya is there. E-Presence is there. Again, the CIS number in the e-Prison also, either with the FIR number or with the CIS number or the CR number, the prison can get the details of the accused or the prisoners who are sent to the prison. And their biometrics is once again recorded there, and it will be utilized by the CCTNS later on. So that way we are what you call integrating the full data as much as possible. Then e-prosecution. Again, the e-prosecution, we are giving that what you call prosecutors the user credentials, not to the e-Sakshya portal or anything. They will get according as per the case number. They will get the FIR number and the data recorded associated with that particular FIR. Sir. Yes, sir.
Because you said the prisons will also be able to view. So what I wanted to ask is because generally when bail is moved, so it is registered as a bail application. It's attached to the main case, but unless that bail application is attached to this data, then the prisons will not be able to access whether the bail has been granted or not. Now, the thing that we have is now the law is within 7 days after the bail is granted, if they're not able to, produce bonds and security, then another process follows. And also, if the prison authorities, they feel that certain prisoners need to be considered by the UTRC, which is Under Trial Review Committee, they have to send that list to the UTRC for consideration as well. So unless, as I said, if those bail applications are not attached to that prisoner's data, they will not be able to determine whether he is or she is eligible to be considered. So is there a provision for that?
Can you answer for that, UTRC? She is the e-Presence spokesperson from NIC side.
I think the first thing you have to understand is that we have network issues. It's a very big issue with all the sites, and when we have data which is being
No,
entered?
generally. Speak generally.
Generally.
That's issues are
Yeah.
different.
So in your case, I think this is basically the integration that we require. And if there is any way that we can help to integrate this whole thing, I think we are here. And the issues can be taken up as and when you require of it. And as you said that you have this urgency to get this bail, the details to the, to the prison side. I think James is here. If you can give a little input on that.
So basically, all these systems are not at present working in synchronized mode. That is why this particular meeting or training program is also conducted. And we are having a series of such meetings and training programs organized for entire country. Okay, because we know each and every application will have its own ups and downs. Even we talk about the CCTNS, that almost 20% of the Meghalaya police stations are still shadow area. So they have to go to the area, get it done, and come to some network area and upload the data. Similarly, the court. Sometimes the Clarier court is getting down because of the cable cuts and all. So 2-3 days it is down. So these problems are there not only in Meghalaya, across the country. So we are getting all the things aligned properly, making all stakeholders aware about the program and how to utilize it, and we will come to a synchronized mode. Then we will be getting the data seamlessly. As you told, the data will be available if the case is not, if the details are not filed by the police, then you will have to take maybe your own action. But the police will later on, they can find out from the CR number about the status at the court. Because I'm not that expert in the software, otherwise I could have demonstrated how we can fetch each and every information. Maybe towards the afternoon, e-prison's application, they will be showing you how we can fetch the details of the prisoner or the case or the accused, all these details we can have from the same application, either e-prison or the CIS, etc. The others are actually supporting role only. E-summons and e-Sakshya, EFSL, those are supporting roles only. I would like to conclude with thanking this State Judicial Academy to make it as a very fast program. Even actually, we were not aware of this program. All of a sudden, only she requested us. But by the time my colleagues at Delhi, those are experts in this, and because they only can speak properly, why we take this data, how it is shared, how it is being integrated. I have my colleagues out here, they are experts in that particular thing. One is in e-Sakshya, other fellow is in e-summons or CIS system, on e-prison, something like that. Okay. And I think throughout the day, you'll be seeing this MedLEAPR, e-prisons, e-Sakshya, and e-summons application. And most positively, on 12th or 13th, we'll have a detailed demonstration of this application with the subject expert who can give us valid inputs and valid reasons. At the same time, I will be communicating whatever queries pointed out by you to our central development team. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We shall now break for tea, but before that, we'll have a group photograph together. And we'll break for tea and come back at 11:40. I request all the participants to kindly rise for the group photograph. We shall now begin with the second technical session, which is MedLEAPR, which shall be taken up by Shri Enoch A. Sangma, Technical Director, NIC Shillong. And I request sir to kindly come forward and take over the session.
Good morning. So I'll be taking the session for MedLEAPR. So this portal, MedLEAPR, is actually on the periphery of ICJS, because this is a portal which will be used mainly by the medical examiners for post-mortem reports and for medical examination reports. And it interfaces with CCTNS. So the cases are all medico-legal cases. So this is the agenda. This is background of the behind the application, and then something about MedLEAPR, the workflow, the core modules we'll be looking, and then if we have time, a little bit of live demonstration also we'll have. Okay. So the background is we all know that the medical reports are very critical to the justice delivery system, especially in cases, in your medical legal cases. And then these reports, the problem with them is that in the traditional manual system, there was problems with accuracy and then clarity, because most of these reports were handwritten reports. And then over time, and the cases take a long time, over time, ink reports can fade away, and then paper can disintegrate, and there are a lot of other problems. And then tampering can also be done. All those problems were there. And one another biggest issue is the timeliness. For the reports to reach, handwritten reports to reach from a medical institution to the police and then to the courts, some time lag was there. So with this system, we can issue all this. We can another thing is that in the report, we'll have a look at the reports later. So the manual system. So handwritten reports, and then paper-based storage and transmission. And then there had to be some coordination between police and courts to get those reports to the courts. And then another thing is that we found that there was no standardized formats. So maybe they have a standard format, but it's not being followed by all the institutions. So some institutions, they may be using the old formats. So whichever standard format was there, that may not be used everywhere. So that was a problem. Now with MedLEAPR, all this can be standardized, and it's been standardized for the whole nation. And then we do have some little bit of differences between one state to another, because MedLEAPR, it started in Haryana. Back they started in 2011, 12. Now it's been 10 years they've been using the system, and it's only recently that other states have started using it for the medical reports. Now we found that for Assam and Meghalaya, some differences were there, especially in the case of post-mortem reports. In other states, you just need the signature of the medical examiner. But in Assam and Meghalaya, it needs to be countersigned by a head of the department, maybe a forensic department or a head, or for a hospital like civil hospital, a medical superintendent has to countersign. So MedLEAPR, we have done some customization for specific states. For Meghalaya, we have done some customizations. So just can see this was on the left-hand side is your manual report. The legibility of the handwriting, I think we all joke that doctors have got the worst handwriting. I think I think in courts you might be facing the same issues, like you cannot read what reports they have written. So the difference between that handwritten report and your software-generated reports, this is a sample of your report which is generated by the MedLEAPR. So it's all in typed, and it's in digital form, and it will not age. So even if it's 10 years old, you can it still be clear. So these were the problems. The handwriting was a problem. Then spellings and terminology from one doctor to another, it'll be different. And then non-uniformity of the report formats. And then obviously the delay in report preparation, risk of tampering, and then the courts struggle to read the reports. Okay. These were the problems with the manual system. So how it came into being MedLEAPR? So it started in Haryana. 2008-9, they just saw what was the problem with the handwritten reports. And so in 2011, just the High Court of Haryana and Punjab, it's a combined that time I think, they've made a landmark order and that it has to be digitized. So they digitized and development took 2 years. So 2012, towards the end of the year, they started using the system, and they mandated that every hospital doing the medical examination reports or postmortem reports have to use it. And they have been using it since 2012. So first it was just Haryana and Punjab, then it became Chandigarh, they started using. And then other states have started adopting on their own. But I think in the recent years, only after the new laws came into being that the digital evidence will be permissible, that it is mandated that all the states start using this software because it was already there. So this is the same thing. They found the problems with the manual system, and then some observations were made. And the ruling was that, 2011 ruling, and the development happened in 11-12, and there was another mandate that it has to be used. That was a mandate. And presently, it's like, because of the new laws, 2024, no? The new laws. So MedLEAPR stands for Medical Legal Examination and Postmortem Reporting System. That's an acronym for that. So what it does is that it manages your MLCs and your PMRs, postmortem reports, and your medical legal cases. So the reports itself are the evidence. And that evidence is in a digitized version. So at the end of this, like the system, what you get is a digitized report. So you get a medical report, and that's a digitized. So, and it's signed electronically, e-signed. So it is tamper-free, and if any tampering is done, it can be found out. So the whole life cycle of the case, like from registering the case up to the finalizing of the report, and then sharing it with the. So right now, MedLEAPR only interacts with CCTNS. So at the CCTNS end, they can get the reports from MedLEAPR. So the software complies with the legal, with the new laws, the 4 laws, the BNS, BNSS, BSA, and the specific compliance section. So from the CCTNS end, they can send requisitions to MedLEAPR, where the doctors will get the details of the FIRs, and they can give the medical report, and then they send it back to the CCTNS. That's how it works, okay? So, so the vision is to have a transparent medical legal process, and the evidence should be reliable and accurate. And the key objectives here is to reduce the turnaround time, to improve the accuracy and clarity of the reports, and standardization. So earlier we used to have different types of report formats from different institutions. Now you have all standardized. So there won't be any confusions. Maybe we are all experts in one field only. So if you're a lawyer or if you're a judge, you don't have to be expert in the medical thing. So if you have disparate kind of reports, it may be confusing, and it will be a bigger learning curve for everyone. So if you have a standardized report, it's much easier. So the features of the software is like it's seamless online submission. So it's online reporting. So once the report is typed on the computer and then you submit it online through the system, it is available for other stakeholders to have a look at it. Okay. So the representation, we have the visualizations which are in graphical form, and it's easy for the doctors also. They just have to pinpoint. They make a list of all the injuries. Say what number 1 injury, number 2 injury, number 3 injury. So in the graphical form, they just have to point where in the body. If it's in the neck, they just have to point and then click. So injury number 1 is at the neck, something like that. We'll have a look at that later. So they can do freehand drawing also to indicate where the injuries are. And it's digitally signed, and it is integrated securely with CCTNS. So when the report is going from MedLEAPR to CCTNS, it's secure. It goes through a secure channel. That is, it is encrypted while in transmission. And then you can have the secure data sharing. And then we have your alerts. So SMS alerts. So every user of the system has to have a registered mobile number and email address. So the alerts come. Suppose if a case is being pushed from the CCTNS to MedLEAPR, whichever doctor it is going to or whichever institute it's going to, they get alerts that a new case has come. So when they open their portal, they can see that incoming how many cases are there that they have to take action on. The same thing when the report is being sent back to CCTNS, they get alerts that the report is ready. Either on their emails, SMS, or if they are going to, it's what to say? It's not mandated, but you can use Sandesh, which is a messaging application. So the workflow. Basically, it's first thing is the registration of the case. So a case can be registered by the users of the MedLEAPR, that is the doctors themselves. So many a time a case happens that before it's become a police case, it goes to the hospital. And then they find that it has to be a police case. So it could be from the institution only, medical institution only, that they have to register the case and then they send it to the police. Or sometimes from the police, they send it to the hospital. So the case registration can happen at the MedLEAPR end, or they can pull the registration from the CCTNS. So, and then there are modules for the examination itself. These are nothing but forms, online forms only. They have to fill up the forms. And then evidence management means the reports themselves, how they are managed, where they are kept, how they are digitally signed, all that management. And then we also, it's only recently that MedLEAPR has gone into the forensics part also. Now, earlier it was just doctor reports, but now they're going to incorporate the hospital labs. That's where your biological evidence may be there. That may have to be taken care of, the specimens themselves. And other than that also, I think the, a medical doctor will have to base their observation, examination on the medical reports from the labs, the lab analysis or maybe radiology reports, biochemistry reports, all that. So that portion, it's only, it's a new thing, but that has not been fully integrated, but it's on the pipeline. And then we have all the analytics. So you can see how many are pending from the doctor side, that is, how many reports are pending. So for this is just what happens in the case registration. So, a medical legal case is registered and then it's tied to a FIR. And then with every case, when you're registering the case, we have to tie it with the who is the victim, who is the patient, who the patient has come along with, who brought the patient. Another thing is sometimes there may be magistrates accompanying the patient, sometimes there may be police, so whoever is accompanying the patient, the name of the officers, the name of the magistrate, or the family members, or whoever bought. So all this information also captured at the time of registration. So the reports themselves, okay, they're all structured as a form, online form, that means page by page by page. So depending on what the case is, some may be, a long process. Like for post-mortem, it may be longer. The forms will be much more elaborate. But for just injury cases, it may be shorter. So here again, like depending on the case, we'll have a look at it again. The structures are different, the examination forms itself. So the injury documentation, we have already a template kind of body map on the system. And it's just like you have to list the injuries, and then according to the number, you just pinpoint where the injuries are. That's how you do. Here again, the reporting will be nothing, but you just can see how many, or what is the status of the cases, how many are pending with whom, what, all that you can see. So we have when you log in, you get a dashboard. So in the dashboard, it'll be for that particular user. If I'm a user who is a head of the institution, then he can see for all the doctors within the institution. If I'm a user who is a district user, for all the institutions within the district. If I'm a state user, within the state, like that. And if it's a doctor, only for his or her particular cases. So the dashboards are customized that way. And then we have other things like role-based access control. So here we have secure authentication. So you have a username and a password. Other than that, you can also enable the multi-factor authentication. That means either using OTP, you already have to register your mobile as a user. So OTP will come in your mobile or email. So three-factor authentication can be done, and it makes it more secure. So that anyone who knows just your your username and password may not be able to enter the system. Has to have access to the phone also to get the OTP. So that is your role-based. So, and then again, another thing is that it's the credentials. Other than the credentials, it's role-based. That means who gets what, to see what. If a doctor is handling one case, that case, the reports cannot be accessed by another doctor from within the same institution only to that doctor assigned. So it's like that. Restricted access, okay. So the life cycle is you have the initiation. That means you do the registration. That is, who is the victim, what is the demographic information about the victim, and the witnesses. Witnesses means the people present at the time of who brought the patient. If there's police present, the officials, their like batch numbers, all those can be recorded. And then finally, if a magistrate is there, what is the name of the magistrate who is present? Then the examination happens, and then examination can be offline, and then after the end of the examination, they can do the online kind of reporting. They enter the report itself, and then they review and finalize. And then the report cannot be changed we have something called freeze. Once it's frozen, it cannot be changed. And that frozen one, once we freeze the report, it generates the same thing. Like actually here in MedLEAPR, it will be nothing but when you freeze it, you finalize. So what happens here with MedLEAPR is that the doctor who's doing the report has to review and then finally sign it. That is final. That is for all cases. But then in Meghalaya, what happens, Meghalaya and Assam, if it's a post-mortem report, not just the doctor who's doing the examination, doing the post-mortem, but it has to be countersigned by the head of the institute or forensic head of the department. So the examining doctor will forward it to the HOD, and the HOD approves it or rejects it. As long as that is happening, you can still change the report. But once the HOD says approved, it cannot be changed digitally. I mean, nothing can be changed. And then both of the doctors will have to digitally sign using Aadhaar. Here we are using, I think MedLEAPR is not using, what to say, digital signatures at the moment. It's using Aadhaar Hastaksar. That is Aadhaar-based e-signing. Okay? So what you do is like, you get an OTP on your Aadhaar registered number, and to the UDI only, it generates the e-sign, that is hash values and all. So once that report is signed, it will be available for the police. But before that, it's not available. As long as it's not finalized and signed, it's not available. Once it's signed, it can be pulled by the police. It actually pushes the thing. So, so the document will be itself a PDF file. It's just an ordinary PDF file, but it is digitally signed PDF file. And then sharing. So this is a process workflow. So this portion, the forensic lab portion, I think the data from the forensic labs coming to MedLEAPR, that is still at work. That's why we have given it a dash kind of thing. But that will be available. But right now, it's nothing but the hospitals send the data to this investigation agency will be nothing but CCTNS. So it just interacts with CCTNS, and then with the judiciary, it is through the CCTNS, not directly from the MedLEAPR. So MedLEAPR will be used at the health institution. So right now, its interaction is directly only with the police, that is the CCTNS. But in the future, it may be expanded.
The head of forensic department will have to approve. So I just want to know, like, whether for the state of Meghalaya, that type of approval is required from the head of the forensic department, or just the doctor responsible for examining that, so that victim, only that, will be sufficient, sir.
No, it's the law says that everywhere else in the country, you just need the signature of the doctor examining the patient or the dead body.
So it means once he's examined, that his report is considered as final, and that is consumed by the CCNS team.
Yeah, but for post-mortem reports in Assam and Meghalaya, it needs another signature. That is the head of the institute.
Whether
If it's a
that is
hospital,
integrated in the system, sir, or
yeah,
like
it has
manually?
been integrated. So earlier, what they gave us was the One India version of the software. But in Meghalaya, we had a problem with it because the law says that it has to be countersigned. So MedLEAPR has made the changes just for Meghalaya and Assam. So now it is already there. So this is the workflow here. Which I don't know if it's you can read or not. It's at the top. It's start, then register the case in MedLEAPR. So the case may be pending or freezed. Why we say freezed here? A medical report, once frozen, it cannot be changed. So that particular document remains unchanged. But there can be subsequent opinion with new evidence. Maybe with more reports or at a later stage, after the medical report has been given, subsequent opinions can be added. It's nothing but like the document earlier will remain unchanged, but it can be tagged along with the other subsequent opinions. So that's why we are saying after, in the third line, case pending or freezed. Normally it's all case pending, but sometimes there may be, you may have to give a report, more reports on the frozen cases also. So what's it? And then it comes, doctor sends the police intimation, and then depending on whether it's a RUCA case or the MLC case. So basically it's everything here. In the case of RUCA, what happens is that CCTNS pulls the FIR from the actually, we are ourselves are a little bit confused how it's regarding FIR. Sometimes they use GD number only. I think that again is there. So police gets intimation from the system, and then they generate the GD. That is in case the case comes from directly to the hospital. And then they generate the jail diary, and then they send back to the police. And okay, from the CCTNS system, it goes to the MedLEAPR. The doctor pulls the case from the CCTNS, and then it registers. Okay, so this is the registration motion. Like, and then the report is made, and then the report is frozen, and then the case is complete.
Okay, just sorry to disturb you. Okay. Yeah. So as you said, sometimes I've seen that police generates GD because there may be cases where the FIR is not yet registered. Yeah, actually there's a bit of a problem because the idea of what is an FIR has not really seeped in. It's not really required to have a written FIR. Even an oral complaint can be registered as an FIR. But you correctly said that many times what happens is that the general diary entry is there, and based on that, the person is sent to the hospital for medical examination and so on and so forth. So what I just wanted to know is, see, it says over there that MLC case. So now, supposing there is a case where GD entry is there, and due to the urgency of the matter, a victim is sent to the hospital. And the hospital, maybe they generate or a case number in the hospital itself, and they have done the medical examination report. Everything is complete. Now that has to be attached or connected with the FIR. So when will that happen?
At the time of registering the case in MedLEAPR, you have an option of using the FIR, GD number, or like the hospital themselves can generate their own registration kind of thing. So that option is there. So whichever is available.
What I mean is, see, in the end of the day, this will go again through the e-Sakshya, or maybe they're integrated to the CCTNS and come to the court. But all these documents, the medical document as well as the other documents, have to be attached to that particular case, which would be sent to the court. So
yeah, the linkage will be the FIR, finally.
Yeah. So when will that happen? Will that happen? Will the investigating officer be doing it, of attaching that document to the FIR? If in case FIR has already been registered, there's not much of a problem. Because from the beginning only it will be attached to that FIR and that integration will be there. But supposing it is started through a GD entry, case is not yet registered in the police station, but medical examination report is completed, and that also has been immediately uploaded, as you said, through the secure linkage. But FIR is not yet linked to that document. So when will that happen?
Yeah, I think it has to happen at the police end. So it has to be at the CCTNS end.
So I'll explain this. Police does not have access to the MedLEAPR. This is only accessed by health department professionals as of now. We interact with the system through CCTNS. So we enter a GD entry in the CCTNS, sync it, and then connecting with the GD entry, we raise a request for either a medico-legal examination or a post-mortem examination. That request goes from CCTNS to the MedLEAPR through the system. And then health department, it generates a report, maybe a MLC or PM report, and sends that report back to the police through the system itself. So the moment that GD entry gets converted into a FIR, the report gets linked automatically. So there is no manual pushing there. Because we will generate request based on GD, it goes to the health generates a report, gives it back to us. The moment we convert that GD into a FIR, the report gets connected to the FIR automatically. That is the workflow right now.
So there's no going back to the report and changing the details. So if the report is made with a GD, it will remain GD in the report itself, but externally that will be linked with the FIR later.
And we have not really seen this particular system-generated medical reports.
No. It has not been used. The health department has not started using. Actually, they wanted all those customizations to be done. That's why I think they'll start using hopefully this soon. They have not started. Actually, what we have done is we have onboarded the doctors. Training also, we have not done extensive trainings because it has to be done. That has to be done. So we have identified all the master trainers from the department, the doctors themselves. But then the training to the master trainers hasn't been given because right now we have only a small team, MedLEAPR, that is in the central, and they're going all over India. I think they're a little overwhelmed. So I think hopefully in the next 1 month we'll have the master trainers. After that only, I think they'll start using. But I think what we can do is phased out, like one particular district. We can start with that. Like another thing is that all these reports are done at all levels, from civil hospitals, from medical hospitals, colleges, up to the PHC level. So I don't think connectivity is an issue. I think connectivity will be a problem for the smaller hospitals at remote areas. As of now, actually, MedLEAPR is connected with CCTNS, and Meghalaya CCTNS, we are still using the old version because some of the police stations are still offline. So there will be the same case with MedLEAPR. Most of the hospitals will be offline. I think only the district hospitals, you can expect them to have this kind of reports.
In the hospital, you know how it would normally go. Supposing, say, biological samples are collected or something is collected, and that is recorded. And then after that, it is handed over to the investigating officer. Now the investigating officer will go and deposit it in the police malkhana in the initial stage. After it is charge sheeted, then it will be sent to the court malkhana. So how do we record the chain of custody over there?
Here, actually, what in the report, we just enter where it is in MedLEAPR, that they received the thing, and then they just give the specifics, like what time it was received and what are the details about the specimen. They just record that. But then this is for the internal doctors within the institute. They have their own labs. But if it's external labs, that'll be handled by another software, that is your e-forensics, okay? But this, the forensics that MedLEAPR is going to handle is within the hospital itself. So there again, they have their own system. But we are just recording like what is a specimen, when, what, and then afterwards, when it's handed over, all that. Because after the report has been digitally sent, I think the physical evidence will have to be collected on person. That is, so there again, I think some kind of recording will be needed. Because right now, actually, the lab portion of MedLEAPR is not, it's in the making only still. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a drag and drop. If you see in the left side figure, you have the body maps. And then on the left side is the injuries you have detailed. And in the previous forms, they must have detailed like there are 5 injuries. 1 is in the head, 2 is in the neck, 3 are in the torso. So they have numbered the injuries, they've listed the injuries, and then against those injuries, you just pinpoint, I mean, you just say where exactly. That's about it. Drag and drop. You just click on the injury and then pinpoint on the diagram. So the scope of this is a MedLEAPR system. It's secure. You have login for roles for all of the users. Different roles are there. Some are just administrative. Like for example, a doctor, or everyone can register themselves online. But that registration, someone has to approve the request. So the approval is done by like the doctor says, I'm from Shillong Civil Hospital. The Shillong Civil Hospital administrator has to approve. And an institution, when they onboard, it has to be approved by a district DMNHOs, for example. And then the DMNHOs themselves, if a new say if there's a change in guard, a new DMNHO comes in, it has to be approved by the state. So that hierarchy is there. So they have to go to the system to approve. So they cannot approve before the request. So the request, when it comes, when you've done the online registration request, it goes as an inbox to the higher authorities, and then they log in, and then they approve, and they reject. Sometimes they have to change because doctors can be transferred from place to place, all that things. So security. So right now the application itself is hosted in Meghalaya, the National Government Cloud. And then we have full details, like who is accessing what, which case was, or which report, like in case of MedLEAPR, the doctor who is doing the examination doesn't have to give enter the whole report in one go. He can take 2-3 days. And then it records each accessing, when it was accessed, when it was frozen, all that kind of, all the information is, and access from where. So you have IP addresses, all that will be recorded for each access. For each change into the, examination report, all those trails will be there. It's a separate story. In case something happens, if you have to delve deeper into the thing, that can be done. Next is, we already covered that, standardization. All the report formats across all states are standardized. And then integration, right now it's just CCTNS. And the validations are built in. So if you're supposed to give number, it'll accept only number. If you're supposed to accept, a unit means whether it's a kg, grams, or liter, it'll accept only that. So these validations are inbuilt with the forms itself. In the forms, like you have only 3 choices, you have choices of drop-down kind of thing. So that's validation. So the security of system, the frameworks, the data is encrypted. So whatever data is going from the system outside, within the network, like for example, a doctor may access the system from home, from their home PC. So the minute you submit something, it goes to the secure network. So it's encrypted at the source and again decrypted at the destination. And the authentication is secure using the three-factor authentication like OTP. Activity logs are kept. And then it complies with whatever the government has said that you have to comply with. Okay. So all those new 4 laws, it complies with that. So for audit and traceability, you have a complete case history, activity tracking, everything, and then everything is time-stamped. When it was changed, when the person has logged in, when the report was accessed, all that is. So interoperability. So this system is in a silo by itself. It is the connectivity with systems is through API. So all the future integration will all happen through APIs only. So this portion, right now with systems, it's not there, but through CCTNS, it'll be seamless. But as of now, we don't have any medical reports for Meghalaya, but I think within this year, we'll be having some reports. So the benefits are, I think we can all, like for the government and for the justice system, and to the doctors themselves, and then to the institute, and then to the police and the judiciary. We have all this. So faster process, the process can be faster, turnaround time can be cut down, and we have all the standardized, all this, it's the same thing actually everywhere. So for doctors, I think another thing is that they can have legal protection because everything is standardized. So you cannot say you've made some, you've omitted something, you've done, you have not followed the procedure. That will not be there because if some things are needed, if some things are mandatory in the form, you have to provide the data for those mandatory things, then only it'll go forward. So that way, that validation is there. And then, yeah, all that. So improved confidence while testifying in court, that will be for the doctors. I think we can move on to the next. So scalability. So it started with just one state, 2 states actually, Haryana and Punjab, and now they've scaled it to the whole nation. And some of the states are even bigger than Haryana and Punjab combined, like Uttar Pradesh and all that. So scalability is not a problem because of the basic architecture of the system. And then one more thing is like in the future, if features have to be added, it'll be, and then if, say from CCTN side, we have more information that it needs to be pulled, that's easy enough because of the API architecture. And it's cloud ready, that means from anywhere you can access. Anywhere which has got internet connectivity, you can access. So, and it's built on open source, and then government approved standards. So stakeholders here, we all know, like the doctors and the medical officers. Then the reports will be consumed by police, and then, yeah, all these are stakeholders, but system users will be just the hospital administrators because they have to validate who is the actual user, no? So who accessed the case, who has access, so the administrators are needed for that. And then the IOs get the report, finally, from the system. So this is how the user hierarchy is. So at the top, you have a MedLEAPR administration that is the central team. And then for each state, we have a state admin. This is from the health department. So a state nodal officer, maybe from the Directorate of Health Services. And then every state will have one NIC coordinator. And each district will have their own nodal officer. And then within the district, the individual institutes, medical institutes, will have their institute head user. These are, the top portions are all admin. These are all administrative, just to say that this is an authorized user. Because at the end, the actual end users are the doctors. So a doctor may be right now in one institute. So in a month's time, maybe transferred to another institute, so that administrative work has to be done. So that is done by the admin portions. So they say like this person is once transferred, he cannot access those same files anymore. So this is the process. It's simple enough. Every user goes and registers online. You can register from home, from anywhere. You don't have to be a user to register. So you register online, but that register, whatever request you make, it has to be approved. So it goes for approval. And then after approval, you can log into the portal. It's as simple as that. Okay, so the approval may take time sometimes. For example, if the admin, you're a doctor at Civil Hospital Shillong, if the Civil Hospital admin does not log in, cannot approve. So that approval, that depends on, you may have to, because it's your immediate bosses, so you can phone them to please approve. Otherwise, the minute the request has been sent, it should be available for the approving authority to approve. So the state admin approves the district admins. The district admins approve the institutes. The institute admins themselves will approve the doctors.
Excuse me? Yes. Sorry. So we are thinking about the trial. Now the doctor is, like you said, transferred. So, they also get transferred often and they can't access the files anymore.
No, they can access their past frozen reports.
Okay, then that's great.
But the new cases or the cases which are left halfway, whoever takes charge, they will have access only to the...
that answers the question. But the other one is coming back to the copies to the accused only. So that we'll have to deal with later.
I think once the document is there, I think that the government has to decide who to share it with also. In what way, in what format. I think that has to be a decision taken centrally. Because I think we are seeing that it's a genuine need that the documents, not just with the police and the judiciary, but like we say, with the accused themselves. Yeah. So I think that policy has to come up. There has to be a way. So this will be nothing but a normal PDF. It can be shared. You can print it and you can share the PDF. It's not a problem. But when you come to like that PDF, whether it has been tampered or not, for that it has to be a digital, the soft copy. Because a hard copy, you cannot say it's authentic. Because the signature is digital. So it's just a copy. So copies can be shared. In case of MedLEAPR reports, that is a medical or MLCs or PMR reports, that's not a problem. You can share. Because a printout can be taken.
Okay, for that, I just want to ask from the police, because now, before the case is charge sheeted, the investigating officer will have to provide one copy to the accused. So how will this authentication happen? Now, for example, all these are digital files. So if they're in the soft copy, you get value the hash.
At the court itself, because you have access to computers.
No, see, they have to provide it before it comes to court. At the time when the charge sheet is filed, they have to provide one copy to the accused. So now the copy that is being provided to the accused, if the hard copy cannot be trusted, as what you're saying.
No, but it's the same copy you have. It'll be the
Yeah.
it'll be the same copy you have in the soft format. No, that soft format can be verified.
So the defense would have to actually look at the soft copy, generate the hash value, and then say that yes, this is the authentic copy that we are getting. Is that what you're saying? Will have to be done?
It's not necessary. In case there's a dispute that it's different, it's a different version. Only then, only. Otherwise, it's like only in exceptions you'll have to prove that. In the norm, you accept that the system is generating a valid copy. Only in a dispute that your version is different from our version, then only you can authenticate it, whether it's a tempered copy or original copy.
Because these are digital.
No, that the e-sign itself is a certificate.
No. Once it
In e-Sakshya, they have a system-generated certificate, which is
those are video and audio.
Yeah.
No,
so even this,
you're not signing each of the video. You're not signing each of the pictures. But in case of a document, it is electronical sign.
Okay, so that's fine. Now, is there a system-generated hash value the moment it is locked? Like in the same thing?
It is there. It comes with the document itself. And when you open the document, the PDF reader will tell you whether the e-sign is still valid or not, whether it will show you.
No. See, e-sign is fine. E-signature is fine, but in PDF also we can add and delete, pages. Yeah. Add and delete pages. So like what you said, what I mean to say
So the modified copy will be showing that it has been tempered.
Tempered. So that hash value, what I mean to say is that hash value you're talking about, when supposing that document, that MLC report or the postmortem report has been just before digitally signed, you have to lock it. So the moment you lock it, does it generate a hash value in the same manner as it is done in the e-Sakshya?
The minute you digitally signed copy is generated, the hash is there.
The hash is there.
Yeah.
So that hash value is available on the soft copy as
It is with the document itself.
So what happens is that when you digitally sign a document, okay, it hashes that document, and that hash is called the digest. And that digest is included along with the document. After that, using the private key, it is encrypted. And then it is sent. At the sender's level, at the other side, the receiver, it is decrypted. And the actual document is again hashed, and that hash is compared with the hash that is included in the document and compared. So if the hash that is generated at the other end does not match the hash that is embedded on the original document, then you know that the document has been tampered. That's how a digital signature works. I hope it's clear.
The only question was, because see, when we are providing copies to the accused, so the hard copy, as you said, we can't really say, because some tampering may happen and then a hard copy may be given. So generally, we would prefer, just to avoid delay in trial, we would prefer that at the time when they're receiving the copies, the defense counsel checks the hash and says that, okay, this is the copy, original copy we have received. So at that point of time, when the documents are being provided to the accused through the counsel, so is it possible for them to view the hash? Because it has to be all then in soft copy, not in hard copy.
Yes. So like what my colleague said, the digital signature has to be verified digitally. So that document, it has to be in the net. So when you click on the digital signature, it goes through the PKI, which authenticates everything, all this, the hashes and everything. And it will say verified or not verified. When it says not verified in a digital environment, then you know that's been tampered with.
So when you open a PDF reader, when you open a document which has been tampered, it will show you that it has been tampered with. Because, like ma'am said, the content of the document, the content itself is hashed. And then the hash value is attached. And it goes to the other end will again hash it, and then the result of that hash will be compared with the attached hash. So the reader, whichever your PDF reader, should be able to say that it's a original copy or copy has been changed. So go on. No. Oh, it has to be same.
If we use the key, then the hash value would be changed.
Yeah, if the hash is changed, it means it has been tampered.
No, just I'm asking the question. When the digitally signed and uploaded, okay, that has value in the encrypted form.
Yes.
And in decrypted form, both are same or this different?
No, the content has to be same for the hash value to be
Content? Yeah.
matched.
Hash
If the
value would
content,
be different.
for the naked eye, the content may remain the same. For example, in a what to say, for the visual, no, your content may look the same, but if there's any tampering, means even a white space has been changed, some kind of, it may not look like change, but if just intentionally you've made some changes, like put a small dot there, the hash value is going to change.
My question is a little bit different. When this document sent encrypted form, okay, then hash value generated.
Yeah.
Again, decrypted form, hash value generated.
Yeah.
Both should be same.
It has to be same.
The
different?
hash is hashed before it is encrypted. It is
Yes,
hashed before it is encrypted.
So this is a document, for example, it is hashed. So you get a value, hash value. Now another document which may look the same, if you hash it, the hash value will be different.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so that whatever at the time of generating the hash you get, that is sent along with the document. At the receiving end, they do the process backwards. They hash it again, and then the value they get, they compare it with the original, which has come with the document. So thereby you know whether it's, if the hash value is different, that means some changes have been made. Otherwise, it has not been changed. Does that answer your question? So we'll go to the portal itself a little bit. The URL is medleapr.nic.in. So when you go there, you can select the state. And then when you select the state, you get the login page. So this is for MedLEAPR Meghalaya. It's very dim. But you have a login, and then you have a registration. If you are not, you cannot enter the system unless you are a registered user. So to become a registered user, you have to do the registration. So at the bottom, you do registration. So depending on which role you are, whether you're the state nodal officer, district nodal, okay, all that, whether a doctor, so you click on the whichever is applicable and register yourself. And once you register, you'll get a credentials like username and a password. And with that, you can log in. So by default, it's not multi-factor authentication. It's just username and password. But once you use the system, you can add your, if you want 3FA, you can have 3FA. Like if you want OTP along with the password for more security. So when you registered, in the beginning, you just give your name and then your mobile number. Then it validates your mobile number by sending an OTP, and then you have to give the OTP, and then, okay, once the OTPs are matched, that means you own the mobile number. So it does the same validation for email. So your email and mobile has to be registered, and it validates in the first portion. Then the next portion, you have to give details like for doctors or for medical administrators, they're required to give a scanned copy of their ID card and registration number. The doctors have to, like lawyers, to practice, they have to have affiliation with a council. So council registration number, which medical council they registered to, what is the details of the registration, like when it is registered, valid up to what date, all that they have to give information. And regarding their present designation, which institute they belong to, where they are posted, and in what capacity, the designations, all that information they have to give, and then they submit. Once submitted, you'll go to the other desk, that is approval user. They have to approve, and once it's approved by them, a notification comes that your request has been approved, your username is this, and your password, initial password is this. So you receive it through email or mobile. Your username, you get it through an email, and the initial password, you receive it on the SMS. So it's like that. Because they are not together at the same time, so if anyone intercepts anything, they cannot make use of it. If you just get the username and not the password, you cannot log in. If you just get the password and without the username, you cannot log in. So initially, the first email comes that this is your user ID. And through SMS, the initial password comes, and they can log in. Because if you're a doctor, under which police station your institute comes in that. Because for the solicitors to be sending the cases, I think they'll have to know it's within their jurisdiction. And that's why they've made linkage with the police station and the doctor. But then there are cases where a single doctor can be looking after multiple police stations. That can also happen. But not looking after, but the jurisdiction falls under, the CHC. It may be catering to 2-3 police stations. It could be that also.
And one has not logged in, the other has logged in, then what will be the status? If a patient treated with one private hospital before or after government, so what is uploaded? One has uploaded, one has not. So how will it affect it? It goes just with the doctor or with the patient name and ID of mobile number of the patient. Because if one doctor is following up, the other not, so what is the status? I have a query, wanted to know.
I think that'll be linked with the FIR, so... yeah, whoever is, yeah.
It's simple. If the doctor is registered on MedLEAPR, he's generating through MedLEAPR. He'll give a digital report. If he's not, then he'll give the hard copy just like
in case there are
two
reports.
Obviously, one can be digital, one can be offline. There's no problem. Yes. If the hospital is using the system, naturally digital. If not, physical.
No, that's not his question, I think.
One more question on that. Many times what happens is, like in a remote district, they're not able to treat a patient. Victim. So they will refer, say, higher center. Higher center means either going to Shillong or Tura or these other places. Now you said mapping of the police stations. Now supposing it happens somewhere in Rongara.
No. This is not just any examination. No? These are medical legal examinations. Like, for example, an accident happens. You may be from Bakmara, but if the accident happens in Guwahati, the case will be in Guwahati.
No, so there's no problem over here?
No, there's not a problem. Where your patient is from doesn't matter. Where the incident happens matters. So the jurisdiction where the treatment is being held, like the accident happened somewhere between Shillong and Guwahati, so the nearest hospital was Nongpo, so it will be at Nongpo Hospital, no?
See, the Nongpo Hospital won't be a problem because the offense happened over there. What I'm saying is, supposing Nongpo Hospital says we can't treat him now because we don't have the equipment here, or the expert is not there. So the specialist, so they send to a higher center, say for example to Shillong. Now Shillong jurisdiction is different because it's East Khasi Hills. But you see, this is the entire process of the important evidence being collected. So now when they treat this patient in Shillong, because they have been referred from Nongpo Hospital. Now in Nongpo Hospital, they must make some entries, so they will make some entries.
They'll have to, the referral entry also they have to submit.
Send. So now when it comes to Shillong, and in Shillong...
Yeah, they'll have to, the same thing which has been referred, they'll continue the report on that.
Okay, so that will be linked to the Nongpo police station?
No, it could be any police station. It doesn't matter that what Nigrims can handle Nongpo cases also. The police station may be Nongpo, but the hospital could be anywhere.
So what
for what is convenience sake, like the nearest. That's why we are mapping the police station with the doctor or the institute. We are mapping just for the convenience of which is the nearest. But it could be anywhere.
So the report won't have any problem?
No. Okay. The report can come from any hospital, any institute. Yeah.
You are mapping the police stations of the entire state or only of that particular district where that hospital is situated?
I don't get your question.
See, in a particular district, there may be, say, 10 police stations. Okay, so we have many districts here. So say an incident has happened in another district and a patient is brought to another district. So when the doctor accesses this, so can he access the police station because he has to map the FIR?
Yeah.
So means it's mapped for the
whole nations you can access actually. When you're, anywhere in India. So when you're, like I said, at the time of registering the case, no, you have to say who is the patient and where is he from. Doesn't mean that the patient has to be from Shillong if you're a hospital in Shillong. The patient could be from Andamans coming to Shillong for some portion. So when you choose the address, the whole database of the nation is there, like you get from state, then district onwards, you can drill down. So that way, even police stations, when you're choosing, you can do that. But then for the convenience of what is first visible, that's why that when you register the patients, doctors, the police station where they are nearest to are mapped. But then the case can... So suppose the accident happened here in Nongpo, but it's come to Nigrims. So the Nigrims, when the patient comes, they log into MedLEAPR and then they link the GD number or the FIR. If there's FIR number is already there, they link it. It doesn't matter that the Nigrims is within some police station. It doesn't matter.
Okay, another question is because we have a lot of PHCs and CHCs also. So now, as you said that, it's a doctor specific. A doctor will be posted to a district, but then he might be, put in charge of a PHC or a CHC. Now, when a case comes first, because again, the chain that has to be created.
Yes.
So the first place where the victim is produced would probably be a PHC in the very remote areas. Now, that doctor in the PHC, supposing there is no network connectivity, it does happen.
Yeah.
Now, how will that be resolved?
So that's how police are doing it. You have to work it in the both mode. I mean, in overnight you cannot change all these ground realities, no. So I think the digital form will come from wherever it's feasible, and wherever it's not feasible, I think it has to go like the old ways. It has to be like that. But more often than not, I think the high-profile cases, like or PMR cases, are sent. I mean, these CHCs, PHCs don't handle them. They directly send them to the.
That's correct.
Like,
because the only thing is about because we have to show the chain in evidence. Because always when the evidence is recorded, they'll say, okay, where were you produced first? Not directly to the the district civil hospital, but the first place where, because the time gap between the first, the incident happening, the injury, the first doctor who treats and then or doesn't treat or refers.
Okay.
So that particular.
So I think
chain
we have not taken care of that history of how it was referred, because the hospitals, when they're entering, they just take it that they are the source. That is how. But now I think but then that'll be with the police. I think. Right now, it starts with the hospital and ends with the hospital itself. I mean, we don't have the chain of like the events, how it happens. So MedLEAPR is just concerned like the case has come to the hospital, you have registered it, and then made a report, we send the report. So that's the only concern right now. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, there's a two-way integration. One is where the person or the victim is approaching the hospital first. So the first entry is coming at the hospital, and obviously the doctors take care of whatever's within their domain. But it can also be that it is coming through the police. So the police is reaching them first, and then it's getting entered into CCTNS. From CCTNS, it's getting pushed to the MedLEAPR. So I think, sir, in your case, what you're saying, maybe from the police side, they can take care of...
What the scenario you said is very interesting, even more interesting. Why? Because, say in a village, it's a village, and say some, rape case or some, in fact, say a patient has gone to the PHC, and a doctor suddenly realizes that this is a minor and she's pregnant. Right. So she reports it to the police, informing that this has to be a police case. But the first place where the child has come into contact, where this offense has been, it's been realized that this offense is there, it's that doctor, but the doctor in the PHC. Now, the examination report and this and that is, if we cannot enter that over there, it becomes a bit of a problem.
So that's what I'm saying. So if it's not possible for them to digitally, it'll be hard copy, written copy. So I think my time is already up, so I'll just rush through. So once you log in, you get a dashboard, and depending on who you are, different types of dashboard. Like for doctors, the menus will be different because they have to register the case and then give the opinion, all that kind of things. But for administrators, it'll be different again. So depending on the user, dashboards will be different. So I wouldn't go into all that. Just that they're different, like for medical examination, we have this 5 forms. One is just injury, like for in case of your roadside injury or assault kind of injury. Then we have Form 3, and then Form 4 for age estimation. Then I think this is a new form just for, like Form 3 is there for accused of sexual abuse, but then there's another new form, I'm not so sure. This is from the central for rape cases and all. So there's a new Form 3, and then in case of custodial deaths, the form. So these are your medical examination reports, and in postmortem you have 2 types, Form 6 and 6A. 6A is for fetus postmortem. So depending on this type, so when you register a case, so you choose whichever is applicable. So in case of roadside accidents, you either use Form 2 or Form 6. So if the victim is still alive, it'll be Form 2. If the victim is dead, then it'll be Form 6, okay? So depending on, the doctors will know which form to use. So at the time of registration, they do the choosing of which form. And depending on which form they've chosen, the entry, the data that is required of them will change. So like a new patient registration, we have just a victim, then the case details, then further details like who are accompanying the patient, the police accompaniment, the magistrate who ordered, all this information can be entered. So the registration changes according to cases. And then after registration, once you're registered into the system, you can do the entry for the examination. And this examination, you just choose whichever, you get a list of all the cases, and then you start entering, and it's like multi-page. And at any page, you can stop for a day. It doesn't mean that you have to do everything in one go. So 5 questions you can answer today, and then the rest you can do tomorrow. It's something like that. It's saved. Every page is saved. So at the end, they freeze the report and then they submit the report. And then in case of PMR, they send it for countersigning, and then it comes back, and then it's frozen. But then once the report is made, nothing can be changed. But in case subsequent opinions, then there's a way of giving the subsequent opinions. Okay. Others are like you just changing the password, and then from time to time you have to maintain all that are there. And for transfers, so I'll just come to the conclusion. So almost more than half of the country has started using MedLEAPR. Like in Meghalaya, we have only started registering the doctors, and we have done test cases, not actual cases. So altogether, 140 institutions are onboarded for Meghalaya, and then around nearly 400 doctors. So we've done testing everywhere, and in the life, we are still, we have to schedule the training for trainers, and some customizations were requested, and we have finished the customizations. So this application is mostly to do with health department. So it's going to be integrated with the digital health mission, that is ABDM. And then expansion into e-forensics, like because the hospital themselves have the forensics department. And then the training materials, we are going to put it up in IGOT, so Karma Yogi, and they can train themselves, the doctors, whoever is using the system. So it's a code-mandated system, and it will be replacing the handwritten reports. It will standardize the documentation, and so that's about it. Thank you.
Can I ask the last question? Sorry for the delay. But can they make all these entries offline as well, or it has to be on the online portal?
It has to be online. There's no offline thing. So whatever you are entering will be sync. Not like right now, your court and CCTNS, it can be a little bit offline and then you sync. No? This is sync. As soon as you freeze the report, and it'll be visible everywhere.
So you mean to say that if there's no network, they can't
no.
do this?
Any other questions?
Sir, like in case of death, it is not, postmortem report is made and it was forwarded to the court, fine. But there are sometimes the patient, the family, they need the postmortem report. So maybe they have to do insurance claim or something. So from where do they take it? Do you give it?
Actually, it's, like I said, the outcome of this system is a report, which is in a PDF form. You can get the PDF form printed. That can be used.
No, but can it be given from the hospital or the institute itself?
They can give.
They can give.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
But then for the what to say, in a judicial system, you have to say whether that report is really made by this particular doctor. For that purpose only, we have all this security installed within the document itself. Otherwise, for other purposes, it's like any paper that you photocopy and use, it's the same thing. Okay. It'll be just like any other certificate or document. You can just photocopy or you can print it because it's a PDF file at the end of it all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for providing us with the overview on MedLEAPR. And with this, we have come to an end of the second technical session. And now I request Debajyoti Kar, Scientist D and IC, to please come and take over the third technical session, that is on e-Sakshya.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have been listening to all those modules. So my responsibility is to tell about e-Sakshya. So I think most of you are aware of the application. So I don't have to say much, I think. Anyway, so this is a platform, is a digital ecosystem designed to facilitate process recording, management and retrieval of primary evidence for the implementation of new criminal laws as per provision of BNSS. So it enables secure, verified and controlled access to the concerned person. So the different events that are covered are these six sections. BNS section 176, scene of crime, 105, search and seizure, 185, search by police officer, 173, recording of statement, 497, order for custody and disposal of property, 180, recording of statement. So we have the components. So what are the components we have? We have the mobile app, which is used to record the evidence. Then we have the locker, where the locker it's a cloud where the data will be uploaded. Then this is linked to the API bundle. That means API bundle means it will have access to the different pillars in the ICJS. And then we have the ICJS engine, which is the core of the application. So these are the components. Mobile app, where we do use for the recording. Then Sakshya locker, where the application is finally uploaded in the cloud. API bundle and the ICJS engine. So the services that are provided is verification of data packet of an event. So here what happens when the recording is done, it is done in the form of packets. Packet means chota parts, okay? So finally, once the recording is completed, then that entire packet is uploaded, is loaded in the locker. So for which there are certain security measures which have been in place. Then we have the data packet access. So as of now, this application is can be used by investigating agency, courts, and prosecution. So only these agencies they are able to use right now. The other defense lawyer and accused, they are in the process now. So anything from here? Now we come to the security, because it is a digital authenticated system, so it has to be secured. Otherwise, it will not work that way. Like I have my mobile, I take a photo, I upload it. No. So what are the security features we have? Authorized access. Authorized access means, yes, only authorized users will be able to access the application. Then multifunction authentication, I think you have heard many times what is MFA. So there will be more than one level, including user ID, password will be there, then there will be OTP and all, which will authenticate the user. Then it maintains data integrity. How it maintains data integrity? Because once the data is captured, that data, right from its capturing till uploading, the entire process is secured, highly secured. That means no tampering is possible. Immutable storage. Immutable storage is that means no editing is possible. Once the video is freezed by the investigating officer, this particular video or audio or whatever clippings cannot be manipulated due to certain security features available. Primary evidence, this acts as a primary evidence in the court of law. And then end-to-end encryption, that means right from its process, right from the time of capturing till uploading, the entire process is encrypted. Encrypted, that means there is no chance. So once in the court, when they want to access, then they have to decrypt and they can view the recordings. Okay, so now we come to the e-Sakshya. I think most of you are already using it, na? Any issue with installation and all this? I think it's okay, na? Okay, so e-Sakshya app generates a secure packet of the event under sections 105, 173, 176, 180, 185, 497 with a unique ID of 16-digit SID with an opening and closing time gap. That means what the investigating officer does, he or she will carry his mobile and he will record the event at the place of occurrence. So what happens is when he records, in the mobile, a 16-digit SID, that is called Sakshya ID, is generated. So after generating the packet, the police officer can store any number of 1-hour video divided into 4 minutes, photographs, witness details, along with his or her selfie, and can freeze the packet. e-Sakshya app allows to capture the primary evidence only. That is, videography and photography can only be done through the inbuilt features of the app. And there is no facility to upload any video or photo captured through any other media. Therefore, maintains to capture primary evidence. So that means what they are telling is that once they do the recording, 16-digit SID code is generated. So with this code, I will come to the next here, it is linked to the hash value. It is linked to the hash value. So that means hash value is some coding, encrypted, decrypted, which will, there is no possibility of tampering the data. So immediately after completion of capturing of each item, that is video and photo, it generates hash value of that item and stores in the app securely. Okay, so what we see here is the two things, main things is that 16-digit SID will be linked to the hash value. After completion of the event, police officer freezes the packet and generates a certificate, 63.4C Part A, mentioning hash value of each item in the packet along with hash value of entire packet. So once it is freezed, a certificate is generated by the app, which mentions this thing, which has the value of the entire packet. So I will show you how it is. So this packet then becomes ready to be uploaded on e-Sakshya locker. While storing the evidence on locker, it matches the hash value to ensure data integrity. Okay, that means when the recording is done, it has to be uploaded. While uploading in the locker, it will match the hash value, which is already stored in the locker, to ensure this will ensure data integrity. e-Sakshya app provides the facility to verify the hash value of each time. To verify the hash value each time on every access of any item of the SID. After uploading the packet, creator links this packet with the FIR number. In case linking is not done. So is it okay till here? Anything? Okay, so these are the salient features. Multifunction authentication, I think it's okay, 2-layer. DND enabled, that means do not disturb. That means when I'm taking the photo, when the police officer will take the photo, that time it should not be, in other mode. It should not be disturbed. They should be only doing that. No phone calls are received or anything. So they will enable DND. Unique Saksha. This is okay because every time a video is created, unique SID will be generated. Original ambient audio captured. Is it okay? Immutable storage. That means immutable storage means the storage in the cloud which cannot be tampered. No chances of tampering. Data verification service enabled. Maintains chain of access. Create a certificate. Maintains primary evidence. So these are the features. Okay, now let us come to the architecture. So we have the app. So then we have the ICJS engine. Then the Saksha packet is uploaded in the storage. And then this Saksha application, I mean the video, it can be accessed by different agencies. Investing agencies. We have a portal for this also and for the code users also. They can access this. So till here, anything? Okay, now how to install the mobile app. So visit Play Store to download the e-Sakshya mobile app. So from the Play Store in our mobile, we will download the e-Sakshya mobile app. Open the Play Store on your phone and tap the search icon. Type e-Sakshya in the search bar. Select the first app from the search result and verify the e-Sakshya logo. So e-Sakshya, there will be different, so you have to select that with that logo where there is ICJS. So this one, you will select. Tap on the install button, wait for the installation to complete. So you can see this. Once installed, open the e-Sakshya app from your phone. After downloading the app, the user must read the terms and conditions. That means there are certain terms and conditions. I accept this, I have to do this, I do this, okay. So that has to be accepted. To use the e-Sakshya app, the user must create a login PIN for authentication. So this is an authentication level where they have to create a login PIN and then submit. So enter your 6-digit MPIN and then proceed. The user must enter their mobile number and enter OTP comes to the mobile number. So mobile number which was provided, one OTP will come, then they have to authenticate and then proceed. After entering the OPT in the mobile app, it is necessary that user should be registered with the Meri Pehchan. User will be redirected to Meri Pehchan and log in with the mobile number. So user has to register to Meri Pehchan. If you are not registered with Meri Pehchan, you can register by providing your details, okay? To use e-Sakshya, users must enable permission for location and read. So that means since it locates the latitude, longitude, so one has to on the GPS. See, do not disturb, that also has to be enabled. To use e-Sakshya, users must enable permission for camera and audio. See, allow e-Sakshya to take pictures and while using this app, only this time do not allow. So you can use while using this app or only this time. After accepting terms and conditions, you will see the option New Sakshya where you can submit new evidence. So now we have installed the app, it's ready to use now. So see, there are different features, New Sakshya, pending to upload, Sakshya mini statement, pending to remove from device, pending to link with FIR. So now see, this app, it can record the evidence pertaining to these 6 options, I mean BNS options. 176, scene of crime, 105. So accordingly, we will select which evidence, which distinct purpose, okay? Out of those 6, we will select save and next. If you select BNS 176, scene of the crime, you must add brief incidents, maximum 150 allowed. That means you have to write a brief incidents about that particular incidents. So then choose one option, one of the following options, FIR and FIR to be assigned later. There are 2 cases, FIR may be uploaded later, linked later, or it can be linked that time. After selecting the option, you need to submit details along with the date if necessary. So see, they have selected BNS 176, scene of crime. So you have to enter brief incidents, 150 characters. So FIR, one option is select FIR, other is FIR to be assigned later. Then if you have FIR, you can enter the FIR number, FIR year, and then click on capture video to record video. Maximum time limit for video to be recorded, not longer than 1 hour. So see, BNS scene of crime, SID is this number, T1 for this, generated automatically by the app. Now, capture video. So we'll capture the video now. After capturing the video, the add more option will be available. So you see, that means multiple videos can be captured. So you can see BNS, scene of crime, SID, number is there. You can see start time. At what time the recording was started? Date, time, end time. What was the time stamp? Latitude is this, longitude is this. That means the place of recording, the incident where they recorded the evidence. Click on capture photo to add photo of evidence. You can click on add more options for add more photos, okay? So in case you want to add more videos or pictures, select add more. And then after submitting the photo, you have to submit witness also, because some witness also has to be there. Maximum 100 characters allowed with witness photo. You can add more witness using save and next button, then click on yes. If there are no witness available, you can click on no witness to see. Witness details is there. You can enter the details, his name, mobile number, address. Maximum is 100 characters. Then witness photo. If there is any witness there, you can add his or her photo. If no witness, click. So do you want to add more witnesses? There can be more than one, multiple witness also. You can add and then go to the next. After submitting witness details, you have to submit selfie of the person recording scene of crime. Once the recording is freeze, the file will be categorized as pending to upload. Okay. So that means the investigating officer, whosoever is recording the proceedings, after submitting everything, they have to finally upload the witness, if any, and then finally selfie of the person, selfie of the officer. So you can see name is, you can see BNS number this, SID number this, name is Neeraj, from which office, what is the designation, then capture selfie of person recording. Once the recording is freeze, the file will be categorized as pending to upload. See, you can see on the right, the name Neeraj, Nirja Sayal, you are using this. So now it is red marking, pending to upload. In the pending to upload section, users can manually upload the file by clicking click to upload, or it will be updated automatically. To view photos and videos, simply select the photo video option. So you can see SID number, opening date, closing date, you can see video. So here, one video has been captured, 3 photos, along with the metadata details. Now what are metadata? Location-wise, timestamp, okay. So see, video, so SID is coming, opening date is this. So now, once the officer freezes, so now we have to upload it. So see, it is uploading now. After synchroning, the Saksha file will appear in the Saksha mini statement. So from the app mini statement, you can check. It will show the statement. Just like bank statement, mini statement, it will show the mini statement that it is. In Saksha mini statement, 2 options are available, creator and IO. So you can see in the Saksha mini statement, creator, IO. Recent SIDs, maximum 10, search. So all those details are there. See status, pending to link with FIR in the status. So it has to be linked with FIR. So creator what? The user can view a list of up to 10 Saksha records created by them and can search for a specific SID using the SID number, FIR number, or a selected date range. So see, they can select one option. They can select SID, based on SID, based on FIR, range, date range from 2. The user can view a list of up to 10 Saksha records linked with FIR where the user is assigned as the investigating officer. The user can also search for specific SIDs using the SID number, FIR number, or a selected date range. Okay. So I think this is okay. So it will show the accused name, complainant name, all this. Okay. Closing date, creator name, mobile number, status. So see, opening date is this, video 1, total 4 videos, photo 1, witness 1, recording officer. So this is all done. Now you see. This is the sample certificate after uploading. So just see the format, the schedule section 63(4)(c), certificate to be filled by, okay. I, see Neeraj Sanyal, designated as mobile number this, do hereby solemnly affirm that is as follows. I have produced electronic record of the digital record taken from the following device. So device, the mobile details, OnePlus CPH 2401. The mobile app, what is the version? 4.3.2. The device evidence or the digital record source was under the lawful control for regularly creating, okay, this. The digital device of the source is owned and operated by me. I state that the hash value of the electronic digital record is, see, this is that hash value which has been created by the system, obtained through the following algorithm, SHA. So they have used this SHA 256 algorithm to generate this hash. And hash value of individual photo is enclosed with the certificate. So you can see Neeraj Sanyal, date, down you can see date, time, place, latitude, longitude. Now you see this. This is very important. See, SID on the top you can see, can you see? SID, it is showing SID number, opening date and time, 20 Feb, opening location, purpose is 176, scene of crime, closing date is 20, closing location is this. Now see, brief about incident. So it is showing all the, how many videos it has captured. So it is giving the file name of the video, at what time the video was recorded, what was the duration of the video, what was the hash value, what was the location, latitude, longitude. So number one, under photo details, you can see one photo captured. This is the file name, 1715. Time of capture, 20. Hash value, location. Witness details, photo, file number, hash value, location. So associated with every video, photo, witness, a hash value is generated. Then who was the recording officer, file name, time, hash value, location. Okay? So this certificate 634A is generated, providing all the detailed information. For search and seizure, see, okay, now that was for one module. Now if for 105, search and seizure, you will follow the same. You will enter the 150 characters details, same. After selecting the option, you need to submit details. The remaining processes are the same. Okay, so for this, BNS 105, for search and seizure, entire process will be same, only brief description which you enter. See, you can see there, office is Patel Nagar, BNSS 105. Search and seizure, then there you enter the details. So it can be FIR or it could be FIR to be assigned later. For search by police officer, select BNSS 185. Search by police officer, you must add. So 150 characters, again, if it is linked, then you can select or you can link later. After selection, you can link it. So remaining processes are the same. So that means those 6, out of those 6, we are doing one by one. For recording of statements, select 173, recording of this, again. So all these are, again, it is showing. So different, events, it can be recorded. Only the first incidents that details maximum 150 characters, and then remaining, it is the same. Similarly, for 497, disposal of property, you must add this, again FIR this. So see, you can see here, BNSS 173, BNS 497, order for custody, okay? So FIR you can select if you have, or if not, you have to link it later on. Then for recording of statement, 180 recording, again same, after selecting this, so see, brief response, okay? So remaining processes are the same as scene of crime, videography. Now you see, pending to remove from device. Pending to remove from device, to remove from the device. That means once we have uploaded with the certificates and in the cloud, in the locker, so now pending to upload, see, pending to remove from device. In pending to remove from device, final file available, you can download this, okay? That means the court user will able to view now this certificate. Click on remove to confirm removal, to remove data from device. Removing Saksha from your device does not mean that Saksha is deleted. Even after removal, Saksha remains accessible through web portal and mini statement. So see, SID remove, pending to remove, SID number is this. I certified that I have verified the availability of SID packet in Saksha locker. Click to confirm removal. Click on pending to link with FIR. So this is the process, how to link to FIR. In pending to link, 2 options are available, created by me, created for final linking. So under created by me, the user can propose linking of their SID with the relevant FIR. Pending to link, see, it can be created by me, pending for, yeah. So it will give all the details, brief description about this. Propose link with FIR, to be linked with FIR, final, marked for deletion. Select the district and police station, enter the FIR details, and then click on validate FIR. So you can see video, photo witness, IO selfie, certificate, district is this, police station this, FIR number this, so it will validate. Review the FIR details and submit. If any changes are needed, click on the edit option. If the details of the FIR are correct, and click on the proposed link. So see, FIR number this, dated this, GD number this, accused name this, complainant name, IU name this. You have to certify, I have verified the FIR details, this, and submitted a request to the concerned IO for linking SID this with FIR. If the SID creator is also the IO in the concerned FIR, the creator can finally link the SID with FIR. So you can see complainant name this. Okay. Pending for final linking. In pending for final linking, user can final link the SID with FIR in cases where the user is IO. So FIR details, final linking. The IO can reject linking SID with FIR with remarks. So as to give the remarks. In case if they reject due to some, they can reject it. So SID opening date, video this. So reason for rejecting also has to be mentioned. Why this has been rejected. Click on mark for deletion to mark SID on deletion. Mark for deletion, Saksha does not mean that Saksha is deleted. Even after mark for deletion, Saksha remains accessible through the portal and user can undo mark for deletion from mini statement. So it will not be deleted from the it will be available. So submit the reason for deletion and click the confirm button to mark the SID for deletion. So you have to give the reason. Click on to be linked with FIR later to mark. Submit the reason for linking with FIR and click the confirm button to mark the SID for linking with FIR. On the login screen, locate and click the forget MPIN password option to begin the process of resetting. Suppose you want to reset your MPIN, so you can use the forget password and you can reset your listing. You will be prompted to verify your identity using the phone's lock mechanism. You can use one of the following methods. You can use fingerprint lock, pattern lock, password lock, face lock. So authentication required. See, please authenticate to proceed using any one of this. After successful verification, you will be required to log in with your mobile number. An OTP will be sent to your registered mobile number. Enter the OTP in the designated field. So they've entered the OTP. After entering the OTP, set a 6-digit MPIN and log in a new PIN. Generate PIN. Click on reset PIN to restart the MPIN. You can reset, insert the 6-digit PIN. Once the correct MPIN is submitted, you can set a new MPIN. After selecting the new MPIN, a success notification will be displayed. Okay. Now you see. So once it is uploaded, certificate generated, and it is sent to the e-Sakshya portal now. Now users can access e-Sakshya by searching the iOS mobile number, SID, date range, or this thing. So search can be done by mobile number, search by Sakshya ID, search by date range, search by FIR number. So this is for the code users, dashboard for code. They can log in with their registered credentials and they can search, see whether there is any data has come to not. Submit mobile number and submit on submit button to view a list of all related data. So they'll be able to see if all this SID numbers is this, they can see search by mobile number, search by date range, SID and all those. That's it. Anything? Any user who is not on board on e-Sakshya? Sir?
So how to use this app in the places where there are no networks, sir?
No, you can use the app. You use the app, you do the recording. When you have a connectivity, you can go to the nearest NIC or wherever connectivity is there, and then from there you can upload it. Okay? You can record it, but uploading you can do after some time where connectivity will be available.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. In the morning, I was listening, people were asking, hash, huh? Kya ja raha hai sab upar se. I think it's okay now, na, the concept? Anyone? No question means everything is clear. Is it this one? Okay. No, live, we don't have any access. We don't have any access to live portal. Yeah, we need credentials, no? We don't have. We don't have credentials. So I presume that everything is okay. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to show something about e-Sakshya. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge on e-Sakshya. And with this, we have come to the end of the third technical session, and we shall now break for lunch. We'll come back to the auditorium at 2:30 p.m.
नहीं दिखेगा उधर से नहीं दिखेगा to see like how Baka was standing there like this
credentials नहीं है we have to register our mobile number then it becomes difficult क्या होता है ना देखो ऐसा मतलब करेगा इधर में people everybody has come to learn आप अगर दिखाएगा कि आप सब जानता है I have to be in that level वो लेवल में होना पड़ेगा कितना आप विश्वास नहीं करेंगे till now ICJS we have been given 20 से 25 ट्रेनिंग दे दिया इतना ट्रेनिंग we don't need यार come on यार 5 trainings is more than sufficient इतना ट्रेनिंग चाहिए नहीं क्या प्रैक्टिकली लेके शुरू करो ना आपका मोबाइल रजिस्टर करो डू इट लेकिन मोबाइल रजिस्टर करो डू द वर्क यू विल बी एबल टू डू इट कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है खाना खा लिया आपको आ रहा है ना ए राजन बस
नहीं एक्चुअली तो मैडम लाइव तो फिर वहाँ से होगा नहीं पीपीटी वहाँ से भी हो जाएगा ना पीपीटी कहाँ से कर रहा है आपका लाइव तो नहीं होगा क्या लाइव नहीं होगा आपका नेटवर्क नहीं है
लाइव डेटा मतलब ऑनलाइन
then you just pull that one chair
मतलब जैसे कि ये लैपटॉप जो है ना ये लैपटॉप इसके साथ
पीपीटी के लिए
बिकॉज यहाँ से मुझे बात भी करना है ना
ब्राउज करना है ना
हाँ ब्राउज
वहाँ से कर सकते हो यहाँ में भी डिस्प्ले भी होगा अगर डिस्प्ले में अगर ब्राउज करना है ना यहाँ में
हाँ
आपको यहाँ से करना होगा या इसको डिस्कनेक्ट करके उसको कनेक्ट करना होगा
नहीं ठीक है एक काम करिए नॉट लाइक दिस पहले पीपीटी मारेगा ठीक है पीपीटी ही करना पड़ेगा देन नो विल डू फ्रॉम हियर एंड देन जस्ट पुल दैट चेयर एट द टाइम पीपीटी जैसे खत्म होता है you can sit from this side first because it will be disturbing ना if you sit from here we will not see you ना
I can see him
वही तो मैं बोल रही हूँ आपको लेकिन फटाक से अभी ब्राउजिंग नहीं करेंगे तो उस टाइम में जब करेंगे आफ्टर द पीपीटी इज डन देन वी शो अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ द इनसाइड ऑफ द रिजल्ट्स वी कैन नॉट शो यू द लाइव डेटा ऑफ कोर्स दिस इज लाइव ना सब कुछ ऑनलाइन है वो बोल के देन वी यस माय कलीग्स आर हियर माय टीममेट्स
कर सकते हैं या मैं जो ब्राउज कर रहा हूँ उसको ओपन
अच्छा कैसे ऑन बैक फॉरवर्ड करना है देखो
बैक पे ये है ये फॉरवर्ड चला जाएगा और यहाँ से तो जो भी ब्राउजिंग जो भी करेंगे वो ओपन करके रखिए
ओके तो इसी से कर लो इसी कर लो
स्क्रीन में याद करेंगे ना
करेंगे ना हमें बात
ऑटोमेटिकली यहाँ में आ जाएगा मैं यहाँ पे रहूँगा
हो जाएगा ना रेडी है
I request all the participants to kindly assemble back to the hall so that we can start with the fourth technical session. I think we can start. And they can just come in. Yeah? Okay. Okay, we'll now begin with the fourth technical session that is on e-prisons, which will be taken by Srimati Kenyir Olga Nongrum, Scientist D from NIC Shillong. Ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all of you. And I think after that sumptuous meal, I hope we don't sleep off. So we are here from NIC and also from the PMU, from e-prisons, from the jail. In fact, actually, I just wanted to introduce you. He's Mr. Rajan, and we also have the SP from Shillong here, from Shillong jail. And we also have another member from the PMU, Kongphila. They have been my backbone when we started off in 2017. That was way, way back, and I think it has evolved so much that we are also ourselves having problems, catering to the needs of the jail and also the technology. So, as we always say, technology gives freedom. So this is where we start, and we evolved since 2017. E-prisons is a digital approach towards prison management. So with that, I'll just go to the next slide. We have 29 slides to run. I hope you'll bear with me. These are the major objectives of why we have e-prisons. We wanted all the jails to have a talk with each other, some communication. The reason why we have today one software for one nation. So it supports not only the jails, districts, central jails, pan-India, and it also supports the police. With that, in any case, everything starts with the police, with the FIRs. And when you have the citizen-centric services, which are add-ons to the existing system of the jail system itself, and we needed to cater to this because we had people inside who have relatives outside who wanted to communicate with the inmates and so on and so forth, and it goes with the lawyers too. And besides that, of course, we have the medical team. So we are supporting not only the court, but we are also having crime and criminal history. So this comes very important when you need to refer, and as lawyers would know, referencing is a big task. ICJS, of course, overall, because we are one of the pillars, one of the 5 pillars in ICJS, and we proudly would say that e-prisons is the core of the entire system, because if you didn't have inmates, you wouldn't have had any system at all. So every project comes with a scope. It has to start, it has to end somewhere, and this is how we go about. We have to have a life cycle for every project. So it doesn't really end here. Today, it was just e-prisons. Maybe years back when we started in 1994, and I think I hadn't even joined NIC then, it was already in place. Prisons system was already in place in some form, whether it was CCIS, SIPA, I think we've all heard about it. We've heard about CCTNS, and we are using it in some form and the other since 2009, and the tracking continues. And then you have the NCRB, SCRB, and so many legal aids, legal societies, people who are just wanting so much of information, and we are just looking at what would be the best technology to use to be able to cater to all these needs. Next. As I said, evolution is a must, and that was Darwin's theory way, way back when we said that it was the fittest that survives. So today I think e-prisons has survived all that work, all that grilling that we did right from the start, and that was way back, as I said, in 1994. So the digitalizing of jail data was not today, not yesterday, but it was way back since the 1990s. So if you look at this, we can just, just run through this slide a bit. You have PMS, that's a project, that is the prisons management system. We have evolved from a version 1.0, and then today we have a version 2.0 and so on. VMS is to cater to the visitors, so we have a management system for that in place in the e-prison system itself. Then we have various workshops that are being held, and I would like to proudly say that we have been doing this continuously throughout the year, having time and again having held many trainings, many workshops, just to induct people who are new to it, but also to have kind of an assistance and help for people who come across the system, who need the system more than us. Of course, we have integrated with the ICJS. What was a standalone one time, e-prisons was a standalone. Today, we have 5 pillars, and we are integrating and still integrating to help the needs of the Government of India. So you can see, like, even the manual that was 2018, 2019 is still being used today. Pan-India, I would say the place where it started first was in Tihar jail. And that was the place when we had a lot of issues. We had to study the entire process. And I think our team in NIC Delhi had done a good job. They even, housed themselves inside as inmates to see the work process, to see the life cycle of an inmate, to study the system. It was not yesterday that we evolved, just yesterday, no. It started, and in fact, ICJS was already in place since 2019, but in some version 1.0. Today we are dealing with it in a version called 2.0. So we go to the PMS, as you can see, 1.0, 2.0. And of course, e-prisons is not just one application. It is an integration of many, many applications. In fact, you're talking not about e-Summons, e-Sakshya that has just come now, but we are talking about talking to CCTNS, the CIS, we're talking to e-prosecution, forensics, we are talking to, the CID, we are talking to the NCRB, we're talking to SCRB, MLSA, if I have not got it wrong. And these are the people who really fetch data from our system. So the production of e-prisons in a remodeled form is also included, and it had evolved in 2014. And I think we have used much of this system in producing inmates in the form of, in-person, transferring them from the jails to the different courts and so on and so forth, maybe High Court. And this continued. But when COVID struck, I think that was a very challenging time for us, and we had in place e-prisons that could cater, because we had the technology and we could use video conferencing in some form. So we were producing inmates from jails to the courts, to the various courts in Meghalaya. We will look into the future, and the add-ons, of course, you have already seen e-Sakshya, there's so many E going on, and then it continues. So the add-ons will be there. This is the future, and e-prisons is not going to be just another set of data that will be dumped somewhere in some server or on the cloud, but we are going to vigorously be using it for different stakeholders. Just a run-through. I think we all know how it works. You get caught, some FIR, some GD, general diary, and then of course it gets converted, if it is to be converted, to an FIR, and then you are lodged. Well, we just don't lodge them like that. We have to get a kind of official order, a court order that says that so-and-so person is to be kept inside the jail. So this is a hostel. So we are running a hostel, and the hostel is not easy. I think James here will agree with me. It not only goes for laundry, but it goes for their prison suit, the dress they wear, the food habits. If there's football coming, then you need to cater to them. A TV has to be installed. So you have to take care of them really well. And I think the jails, the SPs and the jails are really doing a good job, including their warders and their officials and staffs. I'm just here technically overseeing all the work that they do time and again. And besides which, when one is in a jail, the workflow is rigorous because you're produced to court, you're coming back, then there's gate management, everything is taken care of by the e-prison software. Then we have also medical issues where you have even a hospital inside the jail. So that also is a kind of a makeshift sort of a hospital, but the actual checking and everything is done by the medical officer inside the jail when somebody is already inducted. But then again, that also is there in the system, and we can feed all the information regarding a particular person. Okay, so if he's to be acquitted, well, that's a good news, because we can go in and release him. But that goes with a lot of paperwork again, and that is taken care of by the e-prison software. So when you say technology gives you freedom, because then we are short-staffed, and I've seen this, I've witnessed this. It was very tough when we started off, and we had to sit there, and there were people not being able to help me also, because I was just learning the system at that time, and we would visit the jail rigorously, very difficult to get people of the right caliber to sit with me, right people who knew the system to be able to guide me with the e-prison software. So we just didn't work with it in a day, punched in all the data and got it done. No, it was over a year. And then we went for the inauguration in 2018. So that was a big win for us, actually. So if you look at the life cycle, it just does not cater only to parole, to visitors, to hospital management, to gate management. Well, if somebody is to be going out of the gate, he has to be produced in court or going to medical for some medical checkup, maybe civil hospital, Shillong. Everything has to be monitored. Everything has to be entered in the system. Next, please. This is one big headache, but we are running it through the e-prison software. There was one time where we even missed out probably writing certain things. Maybe it happened. It happens with everyone. Even in our own offices in NIC, we have a reception. And I'm sure every office has a reception. So this reception for the visitors is rigorous when it comes to e-prison, because we're talking about the security of not only the inmates, but we're talking about your jobs. You have to keep your jobs. So in securing yourself, you're also securing the inmates, and you're also securing the system. So when e-prison evolved in making VMS, Visitor Management System, from 1.0 to 2.0, there definitely must have been some glitches in between where we had to, cater to, even reiterate the whole system in order to fit what is locally possible to work with. So when we talk about VMS, we are not only taking photographs of the visitor so that we know who visited, when, how, what, timestamp, everything, login, everything is in. And then we have something also called as the e-Mulakat, which is to be actually exercised in a bigger way by most visitors, but looking at the demography, looking at the people, looking at the feasibility of it, we are still doing visitor management from the jails itself. Otherwise, you can always book an online visiting, date, time, as and when you require. And when it is authorized, it is allowed, you can come and visit the inmate. So VMS is a big process, actually. I mean, it's easy for me to just say it's done in a day. But this has timing, it has a timestamp, you log in, the credentials are there, somebody has to be there to be logging you in, making sure that you have a receipt with you, okay? And that that goes even for the lawyers. When they come to the jails to visit their inmates, I think you'd know better how you work with it. The lawyers are here. And this comes as a system that will help to log all the details regarding a particular visitor or visitors. Next, please. So e-prisons is all about monitoring, actually, because we are not only tracking visitors, but we are also looking up mini statements of how many visitors came today. I think it's all there on the dashboard. I will showcase to you the dashboard so that we can have a better view of what is the pan-India process of e-prisons. When you're in and out of a gate, of course, whether it's an institute, whereas the court, high court today, we are in and out with some sort of logging. So that is monitoring is done by the e-prison software as well. So prisoners tracking, then definitely, because the entire life cycle of the prisoner, the inmate, is taken care of by this software. And we are centralized reporting. We have 114 plus dynamic reporting system, and we can cater to lawyers, we can cater to legal aids, we can cater to the high courts, their needs whenever they require, or even just the IG at his level to give reports to Delhi or to NCRB and so on and so forth. Next, please. So, in Shillong, in Meghalaya, we have 5 district jails. All jails are up on e-prison software. We are looking forward to having the central jail, which is coming up. I heard that there is land acquisition and everything. I don't know what is the process, but we are going to have a central jail as well. Assam has one. So looking at the population of the inmates, I think we are much, much better. We are a better state compared to the rest of the country, where you have so many inmates. If you look at Maharashtra, they have around 60 jails. And there's a colleague of mine from NIC itself. He's talking about not being able to sleep because data is being processed in and out day and night, 24/7, 365 days. So e-prisons has a covering of entire country, pan-India. We'll show you a graph later on how that is. So we're looking at catering to 137 central jails and 331 district jails. And out of that, a meager number, 5 in Meghalaya. And still, we are still having problems. Okay. So the total jails in the country as of this particular slide is 1,102 out of 1,451. So there are certain jails which have not, are not functioning with the e-prison software. But if Mauritius is a different country altogether, we are supporting Mauritius as well through the NIC team, e-prisons. Okay, we go next. And so this is big talk because we are ICJS and we are one of the 5 pillars and the add-ons are there. And we're looking at e-prisons data being, we're looking at data flowing, integration. We're talking about applicability, scalability. It has to be robust. There's so many words. We're talking about an agile system that will cater to the future needs. And this is e-prisons. E-prisons is capable of this. So we have the APIs that work in terms of sharing data with other systems like the CIS, CCTNS, e-forensics, and so on and so forth. Next, please.
Yeah, just a little tedious, but I just want to run fast on this modules. So this is part of the modules that we cater to every day in e-prisons in every jail. You can just read through, for those of you who can still read from far away. This is the first module and is the most important module because we are capturing the prisoner's details here. It's called the Prisoner's Information Management System. And this includes his blood group, his name, demographic, nationality, age, his medical issues, you know, and reasons why he's in, the medical checkups, biometrics. Yes, this is very important because everything is done. When a person is sent to jail as an inmate, the first thing we do is to take his medical check and also the biometrics. And the biometrics include his finger, that is the right thumb for the male and left thumb for the females. So that is there. And we have the facial recognition, of course, that is also part of it. Because when we do search, there were cases where a particular Mr. X came back to jail as Mr. Y, and he was renamed as Y. Maybe that's why we say that we need to look up photographs. So every 6 months, I believe it's 6 months, right? 3 months, we have a change in photograph of that particular inmate because he may have grown long hair, he may have cut his hair, he may have looked a little older than when he was, maybe thinner or maybe a little more plump than before after eating so well in the jail. So all these things, you know, you have to cater to. So the system actually prompts us every 3 months to input these details again. So this would give you the right recognition for a particular inmate because this inmate may not be just staying in Shillong jail. He could be transferred to William Nagar. He could be transferred to Guwahati jail. He could be transferred anywhere in the country. So when you look up the biometrics, it helps. So that's the reason why we have the Aadhaar system. And for your information, we were also starting the Aadhaar-enabled biometric system attendance for the inmates who are locked in the different jails, who are lodged, I would not say locked, lodged in different jails. We used the Aadhaar, we used it for some time, but because of some Supreme Court order and High Court order, we had to do without it. So that's a roll call. Family visitors, visitors registration, baby management, because that is so important when you take a look at some inmate who's having a child. She might be a woman, might be also baby management in terms of having a crèche. So all that is in the system in itself. Property, when I was just asking Rajin, what are the properties? And he told me maybe money, maybe some food items he brought, some clothings, maybe something mobile, and so on and so forth when he came to the jail, when he was being lodged in the jail. So that part of the thing, you know, he has to submit, and then he's given another set of clothes probably, I think, James, that's how it is. Yes. And then after that, all those properties, whether it's money and so on, is kept in some place. So it has to be registered somewhere because when he's acquitted or he's sent to rehab, then maybe he may have to carry those things with him. So the property that belongs to an inmate is his, not ours. So it is in the system to be recorded. And when it is recorded, it is there for sure to be returned to the inmate. Of course, we train. We have a training. We train the inmates. In fact, we tried with some of our warders to train some inmates, some educated inmates, literate inmates in MS Word and Windows and stuff like that. Well, it didn't work out as well because of the shortage of manpower, but we do have Kara Bazaar. We do have a lot of items produced by the jails, and I would say that they're such lovely items. And we had gifted some of them even in our NIC workshops when we had workshops, not only for prisons, but workshops on a whole, different level, where we took things from the Shillong jail, William Nagar jail, Tura, Nongpo, and they had deposited these kind of things which were made by the inmates themselves. These are items that are there. So the training imparted to inmates in different forms. Of course, we would like maybe this is not the platform to talk about it, but maybe with a little bit more funding, a little bit more backing, we can have Kara Bazaar coming up. That is the online bazaar for the inmate products. Next, please. So the wages, if they've done any work, there is any punishment that is to be given to him by the authorities, remission, okay, as part of the procedure, and the court management, because they have to go in and out of the jail for medical, for court. All those case entries are also being done in this system. Next, please. Yeah, so you can just read through. We have gate in, gate out. You have the gate management. I think this is most important because when you're taking an inmate in and out, the responsibility is on the jailers, on everybody who are responsible there. And so if you have a system like ours, the e-prison, where you can control this, you can log in, log out, he's been in and out of this particular thing. By this particular time, he's back. That helps because you won't have to look up papers and diaries and general registers here and there for the data. Fingerprints, we are taking the fingerprints, as I said earlier. Okay, next. Yes, the second most important module is the VMS, which we have touched. And this has become a big task today because we not only have visitors who are coming once a week, they come twice a week, sometimes even on the availability of the inmate, because sometimes he's not very well, he or she, and may need a little support from the family. So that is when you need to have a visitor management system to give the kind of detailing as to who came, because even that person who comes must have already been registered with the court, with the jail, in terms of identifying themselves as being related to that particular inmate in some form. Maybe the wife, maybe the husband, maybe the son or daughter, and the mother, father, and so on and so forth. So all those details are also captured by the e-prisons. And we just don't allow anybody and everybody to come in. I think that's how it is. It has to be a registered person who comes to the jail to visit. Yes, cash deposits are there and we have it in place. If there's any money that inmate has earned over the work that he has done, the wages, that is also recorded in the e-prison software. The articles he brings, okay, that is also recorded in the e-prison software. The officials visiting, well, of course, there must be some official or the other coming, maybe the lawyers themselves who come to take statements and so on and so forth. These are also recorded in the e-prison software. Next, please. And of course, e-prisons is not only because there's a prisoner, so we have the prisoner information management system, not only because we have the visitors coming to visit them, so we have the VMS, but we also have the PMS. This is the entire prison management system. And we are talking about VC management. This is very important, and I was just talking to somebody today over lunch, that when COVID struck, that was the worst part of, of time where we just had to do away with a lot of manual systems, and digitally we were equipped. We had the VC studios, and we would be saying grateful to the High Court also for giving those orders for establishing those kind of systems in place in every jail. And we were able to produce, whether it was over WhatsApp, whether over video desktops, whether it was VC studios, we were able to produce the inmates in time to the courts. So this is also part of the prison management system. Of course, we have the canteen, and I assure you the canteen is very good. So if some of you would like to, someday you can always come to the jails and see they have a catering there. And some of the foodstuffs are also being made by the inmates who have been lodged there for quite some time. So this is one part. And then, of course, you have the credit, debit, and everything. You have a small shop inside. All that is recorded. Next, please. Staff management is so important because when we say we are short of manpower, I think Kong Phila is from the PHQ and Rajan is from Shillong Jail. Today they're here. When they're here, that means the work there has to be done double by somebody who's there. And then they have to make a roster chart. And all that, the transferring of the staffs from one cell to the other, from one building to the other, the trainings that are required in order to run the system, everything is available. Whether we are talking about mapping them just for reporting to a particular officer, or the leaves that they take, because that is so important, because then who would take care of the inmates if they are out of, they are out of duty. And so this particular staff management comes along with the e-prison software. So if you actually use this software, you won't really want to go back to the manual system of doing work. Next, please. With the course enrollments, in fact, recently we had also contributed a bit to the library that was set up by Shillong Jail. I think some jails have got more today, but they have a library of old books, new books, and these are being made available to the inmates during their free time. Of course, we have the attendance management system. As I said earlier, we had the biometric attendance management system. We also had the Aadhaar-based, which was again discontinued because of some Supreme Court orders. So the leaves taken, the course enrollments, if there are duty roster charting, this is all available in the software. Next, please. Yeah, arms and ammunition is part of the staff management only. And you have the duty roster, as I said earlier, you must have a master data of who's where, who's given what duty. Everything can be included in this software, and then you can run the show on a regular basis. Then you have the tower alerts, who's there, who's supposed to be there, what is the kind of absconding that happened, what kind of alert has come, what mishappening took place during a particular time. Everything can be lodged in this software. The uniform management also comes along with it. Next, please. Vehicle management is so important because you are talking about not only the officials who are traveling maybe from court to some place, to DC office, to High Court, to Sessions Court, to maybe NIC, maybe to some place like the High Court today. All that is also there. And also, creating a kind of a database of vehicles that is available, its running condition, and also that it is available for carrying inmates to and fro the different courts or the hospitals. We would like to show you the dashboard, but before that, we'll finish off this and then we can just show you a bit. So everything here, attendance movements, escort, requests, inventory management, everything is there in the software. It is a full suite of applications, as I said. Next, please. As you're aware, every jail has got a doctor who is attached. And for me, it was easy to work because I had a doctor who was in a civil hospital. When we were running e-hospital at that time, I met this particular doctor. And he was so aware of what was going on. And since he was in civil hospital, he knew the ins and outs of the jails, the system. So it was easy for me to run the show with him and to explain to him so many things. So when we are talking about treating a particular inmate, not only the day he enters, when he entered, there was a set of information about him that he's suffering from so-and-so, or he's not suffering from so-and-so, he has no issues, or he may have some issues. So the special cares have to be taken, care has to be taken. In fact, that goes with every admission, whether it's a college admission, school admission, you always mention those kind of things regarding your ward. So in this case, it is regarding an inmate. So we have all these details which are recorded, and we can record even the height, the color, the maybe some side kind of, what do you call it, kituki marks on the face that can identify that person. All those details are there in the ePrison software. If it is entered diligently, you will never go wrong with identifying this inmate anywhere in the country. Next, this is the third module. Fourth module, this is the fifth, prisons communication system. We have all these in feedback. In fact, a lot of jails are using tabs today. We are using mobiles, right? We have a mobile app on this. It's not only on the desktop. So some of the warders, they are busy. They're running from cell to cell, building to building, checking on the, the inmates, probably checking on whatever the duty they are on. But they have their tab with them or they have their mobile with them, and they can easily check alerts and messages we can send across. We can even give alerts, "Are ye aadmi nahi hai aaj. I can't find him in this cell. Please look out." That kind of message can be given. So the system supports this alert system, SMS, feedback system as well. Next, please. Yes, I think I'll not go more into this. We all know we are integrated to ICJS today, and we are not looking at one system. We are looking at the integration of many systems. 5 major pillars and sub-pillars are there, and the add-ons will continue. We have the national portal of the prison. We'll showcase you that a little later. Next, please. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. You can access this e-prison software if you have the login credentials. You can just look at the dashboard also if you're interested as public, and it is available on the mobile as well. You can just use your Google and you can just eprisons.nic.in and you can get everything. Okay, next please. I've talked about this. So, yeah, this is a big thing because when we are talking about 2009, 1994, today is 2026, and we have these awards which are just continuing to give us even more boost to do better in the future. We are award winners. Next, please. Can we just, so before this, look into that award thing, 8? Yeah, Uvala sir. Escape karo. Yeah, Uvala. Okay, just from here. Yeah, niche se. Just run. So in 2023, this is a big boost because we were working since 2017 and we hadn't had a clue of how far we've gone, and then this gave us a boost. In 2023, we were awarded the 8th E-Northeast Award. There was a function that was held in the Royal Global Academy in Guwahati, and we came out winner of this particular software. Can we just run through? Just go? Yeah. So this is the, next. Just continue. Yeah. So there were a lot of, the organizers were huge. The entire, it looked almost something like this, and actually we were together at that time. And we said that I think this is a second big function we are in, and I should thank the Judicial Academy for this and for all of you to have given us this opportunity. Let's go. Next. You can read a bit more on CNX. These are people who go grassroots to get you the networking and talk about integration and stuff like that. So I think we fit it in somewhere. This is a glimpse of that. Let's go next, please. Next. So I think this was high profile for us, and today too, thanks to all your team, ma'am. Okay, let's go back. Let's escape this and go back to that. Yeah, down there. No project starts and never has an end. But with this one, I think it's a life cycle that continues. And the way ahead is always about having dynamic display boards, about putting up AI and ML. We're talking machine learning, AI helping us. When we say technology is freedom, I think that's where we talk about having an access to information, at the snap of our fingers. And the integration NAFIS e-learning for inmates, which is so important because there are so many very literate, very educated, highly intelligent people inside also, and who knows if they given a chance they could do better. And of course we have integration with ICJS pan-India. So we are looking at all these and moving ahead. Hopefully that we have the biometric attendance system back in place if we can find a solution. Aadhaar base would be easiest to run because that would link all the inmates, and there would not be an issue of linking or even searching for a particular inmate anywhere in the country if he's lodged anywhere in the country. Next, please. I really wanted to show you this. This is the country's jail locations. We are somewhere there in the northeast. Okay, there are 147 central jails, 445 district jails, sub-jails 631, and running e-prisons software, pan-India. And we're talking to each other. This is the beauty of this software, actually. And it's not just, what do we say, cloud-based, you know, no service level agreements required to run the show, you know, those kind of things. But we're talking about infrastructure building. I think that is where we lack in terms of networking. I think the first instance when I got a chance, I was just trying to poke in to say, please give us better network, please give us infrastructure, because we want to run the show and we can do a better show if we have infrastructure in place. Next, please. Overall, we are catering to the public, that's the visitors, and then, of course, many other organizations. We're talking to the court, we're talking to the police, we're talking to the hospitals, not only prison hospital, we're talking to the hospitals in general, and we have the prison administration overall, and we are talking about the prisoner's life cycle. So this is e-prison. Next, please. That's it. So this is all I have. Okay? Oh, no. I think it should be louder. Just to wake you up, actually, nothing else. So, any queries? This is the scariest part, actually, because you come from different fields. You're all the experts in your field, so I'm just a little worried. I hope we justify whatever we say. Yes? I can't hear you, ma'am.
In this e-prisons application, can you search a case based on CNR number? Have you tried?
Yes. You can do FIR, CNR. But CNR is not linked yet. This is what my team is saying.
That is what I'm asking about, as to whether you can view the cases based on the CNR number that is generated by the courts. Since you've mentioned, like, you know, in your presentation that is already linked with the court. So since we are at the court, we just want to know whether it's integrated or not with the courts. So you can from e-prisons, you can get all the details about the case from the court.
Yeah, is that it?
Yes,
Okay.
that's all.
Okay, so I just wanted to tell you, when we say we integrate something, we need everybody working. And even with the e-prison software, when one particular jail has an issue, say like Nongpot jail today, I'm sorry to say, but we have been trying for the last, how many years? 5 years down the line, and trying to get connectivity to that particular place. Please, for God's sake, do something about it. It was like that. And we just went there with the geo and everything, you know. So integration is not only about just me feeding data. It has to be fed from your end also, from others also, the stakeholders, right? And when we are talking about the e-prison software, yes, we do get the details from you, from the court, because we can't do anything without that. It's a court order, right? That you take this person and put him, lodge him in the jail, isn't it? Ba James, that's how the cycle starts, right? So unless you give us those details, we cannot access it. And that is the problem when we say, I think Mr. Rathore had very clearly pointed in the start, is a very clean data. Some of the things he showed was already there, it's already integrated. But when we look at the ground reality, even we are still working on standalone, ma'am, really. This is, I think, the best platform to tell everybody that we still need your support to, you know, not only because we are running the show there, we can on standalone enter all the data that you give on offline mode. Okay. We can do it.
Just
a prisoner comes.
One question, please.
Yes, sir.
When we're integrating all of this, I mean, with the CIS as well, so now we fix dates for the next production. Now what's happening, everything is manual. We're sending the, you know, the custody warrants are coming, we're signing it, but we have to inform them physically, as in like, these are the prisoners who are supposed to be produced.
Yes.
So do you have that system here in this e-prisons, where they can integrate it so that we don't have to remind them, you know, and the list of names of those UTPs who are to be produced?
So you're talking about giving that information to the jails, or you're talking to the court?
See, from the court, what we do is, say we have 10 prisoners today who are produced.
Okay.
So their next production date is fixed.
Okay.
You know, some maybe after 1 day, maybe after 14 days, generally after 14 days. So what happens is that every day before we take the production, our staff is informing the jail, okay, these prisoners have to be produced.
Yes.
Or sometimes they have the physical custody warrants is what we call it. But do you have a system here in this module which you have, which can be integrated to our CIS so that when the next date is fixed for that prisoner, so it automatically goes in the system, you know, so that if supposing as a jail superintendent, if I have to know tomorrow how many prisoners that we produced before which courts.
Yeah, that should be helpful for even for the jailers because
So if they have an automated system like that,
yes.
where, you know, when they log in, so then the list of, like for example, if we log in the CIS, I can see how many cases are fixed tomorrow or the day after or after that. So if they have a system like that, making a list of prisoners who are to be produced tomorrow in these specific courts, it's so much easier.
Yes.
So do you have
we
some
have this
system
in
like
the,
that?
Okay, so it still boils down to that, sir. Actually, see, this data is yours. You're entering that data. It should have been reflected to e-prisons, as I understand, under ICJS. That's the integration. That's what we want. We don't want a double entry. In our case, sir, we don't want a double entry. What we are doing right now, I'll just explain to you one scenario. Okay, so it goes like this. A prisoner came. Yes. No, it's not like that, ma'am. Actually, see, I'll just tell you. Let me go one at a time. I'll just finish with sir and I'll talk to you. With, okay, so you've entered this data in the court, CIS. If it is to be integrated, if it is already integrated with the e-prison software, and we are able to fetch that data, it will be there. That is point blank. Nothing more to answer or query on that because we are just getting the data that is coming from you. Okay? So it should have been there, but right now we are not mapped to your CIS yet in the proper format. And the integration is taking so long. I don't know where we have had so many workshops, even with the courts and the CIDs and different stakeholders of the CCTNS also, where we couldn't even find even the FIR entered. For us in the system, it's like we are in the middle of nowhere, and the data was supposed to come from the court, and I would have had all the details. If it's a CCTNS not entering the data, I have to re-enter the data. And that's the whole glitch. That's the whole problem. And we're not flexing on it that we say we are doing so much. We're really not flexing. But we are on standalone, we are able to do all that we have just showcased to you. Now, when it comes to integration, it is sometimes I have seen some cases with the CCTNS where they don't have network, so they could not enter that data. So, hamare yahan pe jab that data has come, it has come probably after 4 days, after 1 week. By then, that inmate is already standing at our gate. So, we have to enter the data as a standalone. Yehi problem hai. So, we are here to, to sort out these things also. Sir, can you please? I'll answer your query. Sir, can I just answer her query? What was it exactly? Is NIC responsible? Yes. NIC is the sole making of the entire, the applications that you have today. You can see everywhere it's developed by NIC, but we are not the developers here. We are implementing at the implementing level. What we need to do is to talk to the higher level, and that's the reason why our SIO had, very well stated today that we will be taking up all your issues to the NIC Delhi team. And ICJS team is not the same as the e-prisons team. So then we have to talk to them. Then we are talking about CCTNS, which is an older system. The older system is not properly integrated with even with the ICJS stakeholders, even with the ICJS pillars. So these matters have been escalated in some form or the other in various workshops right from 2023, 24. We have been continuously talking about it. And then when it comes to integration, CCTNS is a different team. I may just let you know. CCTNS is a different team on a different level, on a different technology. They have to upgrade. E-Prisons is highly, upgraded. So you see the difference between the two. So for this, we need not only the money, but we need also the manpower to get the work done. So when we have to talk to the ministry, it's not very easy to just tell them that chalo ho jayega, kal ho jayega. We have to have everything in service level agreements, MOUs and stuff like that. It is a long process actually, to tell you the truth. Even just to build up the infrastructure in the jails, it took us almost 4 or 5 years. Just one desktop was so difficult to get. So when we're talking about building the software, integrating it, we'll have to talk to the higher level. Point blank, I can just give it to you like that. We'll take it up with them. And we have been doing it.
From the e-courts, when we had a meeting on ICJS, there are states in which e-prisons have integrated with CIS. So what is the problem in Meghalaya, why we are unable to integrate CIS with e-prisons till date?
Yeah, that's one thing I have been, in fact, sir who's sitting next to you might know that I have been to the High Court so many times to answer these queries. And yes, you're talking about e-courts? CIS, okay. CIS not talking to e-prisons properly. Is that the query? Okay. So in this, I think we are going to have another session. Our expert here from CIS is here. In fact, we just had some sessions. I think he would be better to answer. Because when we showcase the entire thing, we could relay data, we could find data, we could fetch data whenever we required, in our case. No, what we are doing is we are going to your e-courts, no?
We are not talking about e-courts. Since you've mentioned that that you can fetch the courts data from e-prisons, for that reason this question arises. For that reason I'm asking you as to whether you can fetch from e-prisons application, as you've mentioned earlier, you can fetch the details based on the CNR number of the court. Because as of now you've seen all the courts of Meghalaya, they are regularly updating the cases, and even all the cases are replicated on the National Judicial Data Grid, which you can see. You can fetch the orders, the judgments, the case proceedings, the status on real time.
Of course, it is real time.
So the thing that you've mentioned, that the court is not doing from our end.
Sorry, I think you got it wrong, ma'am. I'm not saying you're not entering the data. I'm saying there's some technology glitch for which we will have.
The API is with NIC. Since NIC is the main development, even in all the courts of Meghalaya, we are using the CIS application that is developed by NIC Pune. And National Judicial Data Portal developed by NIC Pune under the overall supervision of the E-Committee Supreme Court of India. So I just want to know, whether since you have the API with you, why not integrate it between e-prisons and CIS? Tell us what are the steps required to be taken from our end. Because till today, we came to know, that this is what are available in e-prisons.
I don't know where this stands actually, ma'am.
And regarding the meeting that you've come to High Court, that we've never received anything regarding, from your end to the High Court regarding integration of e-prisons with the application of the High Court. Application of the courts, of all courts under the jurisdiction of the High Court of Meghalaya.
Okay, I'll just take this up with the team in NIC Delhi. Okay, I will not assure you anything, but I can just say that if there is integration issues, that's the reason we are here. Okay, and there are glitches, and if we couldn't pinpoint, I think we would have to do it from your end as well. Maybe take your feedback as well. I think we are not here to tell you that we have a full success story, but we are here to reiterate the fact that there are problems. And we are facing it also. I think my colleague here, would you like to say something on this? Say a few words.
Olga?
Yes.
Firstly, I think we should thank you for giving us a very clear picture about what e-prisons is.
Yeah.
I think that is the main purpose of this training. So we are happy, and we see that you've all done so much of hard work, hard labor, and James also has been, put on the spot to answer certain things. So I think the purpose of this training has come to a very, to a level where now we understand there are certain things that we still need to address.
We definitely
and there are certain
need
things
to.
that,
in fact,
we should be grateful that we've reached this point.
Yeah.
So I think on that note, I think we understand that there are certain things that
we will
still have
fix
to
it
work
up.
on. Yeah.
It's technology is not something that will be done in a day. It also needs a lot of money pumping, and there's also manpower.
Yeah, and a lot of group effort from all of us.
Group
yeah.
effort there has to be there from all of you. And I think the one and only thing that I can say is we are techie. In fact, I think most of the people who have discussed this whole thing is people who know their stuff very well. So I think I would like to take your feedback so that we can put it up to the e-prison software application developing team in NIC Delhi, as well as with my SIO, NIC Meghalaya, who himself has also already assured that whatever issues are there, we will pick it up and we'll take it up.
Yeah.
Okay?
Because just for you, because Aarti also is a very dedicated officer.
Yeah,
you know?
I could see it.
Yeah.
I could
so I
see
think
it.
we are grateful for her input.
And coming from a
all
woman,
that.
I think I really, I assured the system is in good hands. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this session on e-prisons. We have come to the last and final session, which is on e-summons and CIS, which shall be taken up by Sir Dominic Thma. And I request Sir Dominic to please kindly come to the stage and take up the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, I'll be demonstrating e-summon from the court side, which is one of the main pillars of ICJS. The demonstration, I'll begin the demonstration with a brief description of CIS, which is presently being used across all the district court in the state. So the CIS, or Case Information System Application Software, as you can see here, is a giant move under the initiative of the E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, that make the Indian judiciary more transparent and more litigant-friendly. The CIS version are available for district court as well as for high court. This CIS for the district court is created under the guidance of the E-Committee, Supreme Court of India, through the software team at NIC Pune. In the CIS, one can view online the daily status, order, judgment, hearing dates, progress of case on any particular date. The data is also being replicated at NGDG so as to enable the public litigant advocates while ensuring a real-time updates and accessibility. The current version of CIS which we are using now at the district court is National Core version 4.0. So a brief description about CIS, as I said, its main function is what we call in short form as fora, like filing, objection, registration, and allocation. So under this filing module, the cases are filed by referring the hard copy submitted in the court. Under registration, within the registration module, the case scrutiny module is where the case being filed via hard copy or e-file records consumed via virtual court or e-filing or CCTNS are scrutinized before the registration. If no objection are found during scrutiny, then only the case proceed to registration. where additional details are recorded and registration number, also known as case number, is finally generated. So in allocation module, in this module, the registered cases are allocated to the consent code. Once allocation is complete, then only these registered cases appear in the code cause list. So as I said, I will be demonstrating about the e-summon. So I'll be talking of one of the main module where we made a process generation in the CIS application. So cases that require summoning of victim, accused, warrant of arrest, etc. are done by a process generation module under the case proceeding civil criminal process module. In accordance with the order passed by the judicial officer, civil or criminal process are generated and published. Once published, these processes are consumed in the end-step portal. So I'll be showing how this is being done. So civil processes are allocated to the process server by the court, while some criminal processes are processed through the e-summon, through the e-summon portal. The status of the process, whether served or unserved, can be monitored both in end-step portal as well as in the CIS application itself. Through the e-summon portal, concerned police official manage all the criminal processes. Once logged in, the user can see the cases pending for allocation by pressing the number below the total sign in the pending for allocation card. Now the user can mark the FIR which is to be allocated to the allocatee and press on assign button. I'll be showing you this part also. After pressing the assign button, the user will have to select the officer to assign the summon or warrant and press the submit button. So this is the process what we are doing in the CIS. So like we select what type of process it is, civil or criminal. Then we select the process. Then we enter all the addressee type, addressee name, and so on. Then here where we can press the generate draft. After that, after successfully generating the draft, the process can then be published, which will be consumed under the end-step portal. Now for that we have to select publish process under the case proceeding. The case whose process has been published are consumed in the end-step portal. So this is where we, from the court side, we log in as Nazir in the end-step portal, where we consume either all or some of the establishment that we require to pull those data. Once we click that pull, then the message will be displayed after successfully pulling the data. When the data is pulled, it is also published to the e-summon portal. So this is regarding the e-summon portal. So as I already said earlier, in CIS, summon order is generated through that process generation module. Once received and consumed in the end-step portal from the court side, the summon is converted into e-summon. It replaces the traditional slow paper-based method, allowing instant transmissions of summon from court to police station for faster, more transparent delivery. So once it is published through CIS, it can now be consumed in the end-step portal. This one I already said. So once it is consumed in the end-step, the code user can also view the report and detail within the end-step portal itself. So either it has been saved or not saved. So an e-summon is an electronic court notice. E-Summon web portal is a digital platform for electronic generation, transmission, and service of court summons or warrant. The portal allows the user to streamline the entire process from issuance by the court to the final service, replacing manual, time-consuming method. It provides a dashboard that allows the police department, you can see, for tracking the delivery status and ensuring accountability. It operates within the ICJS, connecting courts with police station and other state entities. So e-Summon web portal, the police official, they can log into the e-Summon web portal via that URL, icjs.gov.in/e-Summon. So the user will be prompted to enter their registered mobile number, which is registered both in ICJS and DigiLocker. And you have to click that option, pinless authentication, and the term that is consent for the use. After sign in, then OTP will be sent to that registered mobile number. Once successfully logged in, the user will be redirected to the dashboard. So in the dashboard, you can see is pending for allocation, pending for delivery, compliance. The user can see the cases pending for allocation by pressing the number below the total sign in the pending for allocation card. Now the user can mark the FIR which is to be allocated to the allocatee and press on assign button. After pressing the assign button, the user will have to select the officer to assign the summon or warrant to and press the submit button. Once you have done that, then you will see summon warrant have been allocated successfully. User can also check the cases which are pending for allocation in the next 7 days by pressing the number below the due for the next 7 days. Below the pending for allocation. The user can also check the summon warrant which are pending to be delivered by pressing the total below the pending for delivery card. The user can also view the cases which are in compliance status by pressing the total number there below the compliance card. Here there's also option to see that either the court has been compliant or not, and for that we will go forward and you will see that how it will be compliance will be done by the court. Now mobile application and again of that e-Summon. The e-Summon mobile application is designed for use by the authorized delivery officer assigned to the court processes. This application facilitates the capture of execution detail through mobile devices on which the app is installed. The application is provide a list of assigned processes and display a court document in the PDF format, which include details about the individual to whom the summons are to be served. The concerned users have to download and install the e-Summon mobile application on their devices. How do you log into the mobile devices? The authorized user will be logged into the e-Summon app using their registered mobile number. The user have to enter the mobile number and the OTP received. It is a two-factor authentication process. Post entering the correct OTP, user will be redirected to the Mere Pehchan NSSO. Post login, the dashboard will appear displaying the count of processes pending for delivery and compliance. Pending for delivery, processes that are yet to be delivered by the delivery officer will be showcased under the to card. Total number of processes pending for delivery will be shown on this card. Date of hearing within the 7 days. Count of processes that are pending for delivery and has a date of hearing within 7 days will appear under this card. Further, on clicking either of the count, the list of pending process can be viewed. So there you can see the example. On clicking the process ID, the summon details can be viewed. To view the summons PDF, user can click the PDF button. Here, summons compliance. Further, the user has to click on the forward icon for compliance by entering the required details and uploading of photo and signature. This displays the count of processes in which compliance has been done or has been successfully delivered. On clicking the count, the list of compliance or delivered processes of the last 1 month will appear. Further, on clicking the View Compliance button, the code, summon PDF, execution detail along with the receiver signature and photograph can be viewed. This same photograph, it can be seen in the CIS also later on when we view that. Now, after that has been done again, from the court side, they have to log in as district admin to the NSTEP portal. In NSTEP portal, the district admin will log in and navigate to the criminal process report under criminal process. The user will select the establishment that is required and the date range and click on the Go button. A list of process will be displayed. The user can click on the view icon under the process tab column, which will display the criminal process status. There you can see the option like process ID, CCTNS status, it has been served or not, then the email, if email is available, then view the process, then date of publishing, then date of receipt by CTNS, date of service by CTNS, and process served or not served. So, to be able to view in the CIS, we have first to click here in the Yes button. Once we click the Yes button, then we'll see that View option. Once we click that View option, that same photo which we saw earlier, which has been signed by the one who served the summon, we can view that one. So, after viewing this one only, then only we'll be able to see in the CIS. Now, process status acknowledgement in the CIS. Now again, we have to go back to the CIS. The user can check the process status and acknowledge within the CIS application. To do that, the user needs to navigate to the process status under the case proceeding, civil criminal process, and select the civil or criminal type. All pending, either all or pending or saved or unsaved status, code number and date. So as you can see there, process ID is showing like CCTNS status. If it is not saved, then it will show not saved. If it is saved, that will be click. It will show yes. Now that option is the view detail, where we can click the view photo. Once we click this view photo, there's an option to say it's correct or not correct. If from the court side we say correct and submit, then only the compliance in your e-summon portal also will show that the court has acknowledged the receipt of that process. I think that's all from my side. Okay. Any question?
So in respect of this e-summon, I have tried, I did this e-summon of someone to witness and someone to accuse also. It can be generated from that. But when I tried to use this warrant of arrest, that cannot be, I tried many times, but I cannot generate it. So
from
for that,
CIS side?
From CIS side, sir. I tried so many times, but till now I could not do. And even that warrant of commitment of sentence also, that also I cannot generate from the CIS.
Okay, then we will look into it. Actually, at that one, no one have told us about it.
Thank you, sir.
We'll have to check. Thank you.
Okay, one more question. When
Yes.
you talk about e-summons, I think that is not going through the end step, because end step generally process survey is required. And I'm not sure whether the police have the end step application with them. No, they don't.
No.
So supposing somebody has a phone like this, then if we generate a summons through the CIS and we are sending it to the particular phone number, you know,
publish
so how are they going to receive it? In the form of a text?
Do you mean from the court side they have published?
See, we have generated the e-summons.
Okay.
Now that's coming in a PDF kind of a format, right? So if supposing, see, many people in the village, they use the small phones, no? They don't have the smartphones.
Yes.
So how are they going to receive it? In the form of a text message?
Actually, you see, there's an option here. I mean, when you do that process, I think there's a column there. Email address present or not present, and then mobile number is present or not present. So as I could see, many of them are not there. But if it is there, I think it will be sent by SMS. But again, if it's a feature phone, then how will they see it also? Because regarding serving of someone, it's as of now, I think most of the criminal process is being done by the police.
Yeah, see, that's what it is. Manually, in the sense that they are, the printout is taken and then it is sent to the police station, and then the officer in charge deputes some constable or someone to go and serve the summons. And then the physical copy has to come back. Now the whole thing of this end step is to avoid that thing of time and to determine, the authenticity of the service report. Because generally, that's what I was saying earlier, that if supposing somebody goes to serve a summons, now they send a report back to us, then we call those people and say that, okay, we need to prove that this has been served and so on and so forth. But when we use this end-step portal, so the moment it is served, if it is a civil process, photograph is taken, all those things are taken, and those things come to the court, and it's served. Now, when we talk about criminal processes, we are still using the traditional method as it is because the end-step is not available with the police.
No, so
Right.
once we pull the data in the end step, then it will go to the e-summons.
So it will go to the e-summons.
Yeah, along with
If
the
they-
PDF and all.
Yeah, if they have a phone number or an email. Supposing, as I said, villagers, so they don't have a email address. They give a phone number at a time when IO is investigating the case. Phone number is there, but supposing they use those, not the smartphones.
Yes.
So when we send the summons to them, to that phone number, how will they receive it?
So I think as of now, we are, even the police also, they are serving it manually. If I'm not mistaken, they can correct me here, because they are here only. So I think they are serving it manually by the police. So we can see, I think, example also issue the name of the official that served that summon. So by electronic mode, I have not seen that part. Serve here. Because if it is electronic mode, if they send through, you can say email or something like that, it will reflect in the e-summons that it has been read by the whoever has to receive that summon. But if it's feature phone, then I think that we will have received it.
Can I ask one question, please?
Yes.
So, this is a little futuristic question. I'm a little apprehensive about the e-summons. In the morning when we were discussing, they said that e-summons, if it is for the accused, if it is served on the family, that is wife or mother, then it will be taken as served. Now, if that be the case, if it is served on mother or wife or anybody, and that mother and wife is not able to convey the message to the accused person, then what will happen? Because that person may be away, maybe in Delhi, maybe in some part of the country, and then the date is fixed after 2 days. And even if they convey, but it will be difficult for him to come. So what will happen? It will result into unnecessary issuance of bailable or non-bailable warrant. Negative point, number one. Number two, if e-summon is given to any witness, and if the same problem happens, the witness is outside and somebody takes the thing, or if the mobile is with that other person and the witness is outside and does not get conveyed, and even if he comes to know at a very later stage, and the problem is that he cannot go to the court, again there will be a problem of issuing of bailable or non-bailable. Here it will be a bailable warrant issued unnecessarily. And the witness, when they come, they said, "Array, I didn't do anything wrong. I could not come because you could not serve in time." So the witness make you bolu. Why should I help the prosecution? It has happened. This type of things. Now with e-summons, it will happen more. So there is a kind of apprehension. I mean, I have a strong apprehension this may happen, and there might be unnecessary issuance of bailable or non-bailable warrants. So can't we have a number where the witness or the accused person can say that this is the problem? Maybe there is a breakdown, or I got the information too late, I cannot come, to save the court from issuing unnecessary warrants, and also to save the witness or the accused unnecessary harassment. A question and a suggestion at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion. In fact, that's what we would discuss.
That's for the court, not for the NIC. Poor NIC, they are doing the work to bring technology to serve the summons. It's for the court. You just ask the court not to issue warrant. Unlike my court.
We have come to an end of today's program. It was quite a brainstorming program. Thank you to all the resource persons. And I would just like to announce that this is just the beginning. We are going to have some more programs of this sort, and obviously there'll be more queries and more answers. So now I would like to give my vote of thanks. On behalf of the Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt gratitude at the conclusion of today's program. We are deeply indebted to our Honorable Mrs. Justice Revati Mohite Dere, Chief Justice, High Court of Meghalaya, and Patron-in-Chief of the Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, to Honorable Mr. Justice H.S. Thangyu, Judge, High Court of Meghalaya, and also Judge in Charge of the Meghalaya State Judicial Academy, for the constant encouragement and for being the driving force behind each and every program conducted by the Academy. Our sincere appreciation is also extended to the Registrar General and the officers of the Registry of the Honorable High Court of Meghalaya, the Central Project Coordinator, and the E-Courts Committee and the technical team of the High Court, whose support has ensured the seamless organization of this event. We place on record our gratitude to the State Informatic Officer, NIC, and to Ma'am C. Shadab, Senior Technical Director, Shillong, for their presence and invaluable technical guidance. We are especially thankful to the distinguished resource person, Shri Vivekanand Singh Rathore, Shri Enoch A. Sangma, Srimati Kenir Olga Nongrum, Shri Debojyoti Kar, and Shri Dominic Thma for guiding us through all the sessions effectively. Finally, I thank all the participants for your active involvement and commitment. Your presence and engagement has made this program truly meaningful. With these words, I once again express our deepest gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of today's program. Thank you once again.